Going to be checking in with our reporters at the election headquarters of all three candidates for president. But first, let's go straight to Leslie Liao, who is standing by with the latest results. Leslie.
That's right, Andrew. I'm going to be standing here all night right in front of this interactive touch board, looking at the numbers for you and telling you the latest with what's going on. And as you said earlier, that Lai Ching-te has had an early lead, and he's maintained that lead as well. Let's take a look at the numbers from the Central Election Commission. The Central Election Commission, they're a little slower, they're a little more meticulous, but their numbers are probably the most accurate when it comes to Taiwan's election. They have him at a 43% lead. That's a little bit higher than what other media outlets are reporting right now. Lai is holding around 38 to 39%. But let's look at the Taiwan Broadcasting System's results, which, albeit these are only coming in from Taiwan's 6 major municipalities, but the 6 major municipalities also represent about 70% of Taiwan's electorate. And this is we're seeing what we see from other media outlets, with Lai Ching-te in the lead with 39% around, Ke Wen's Hou Youyi from the main opposition Kuomintang with around 33%, and Ke Wen's at about 26%. Now, anything can happen. It's still a little early, so I don't want to say anything. Andrew, back to you.
It is. All right, Leslie. Now, tonight we have reporters following all three presidential candidates. We're going to go live now to Louise Watt, who is standing by at the election headquarters of the opposition Taiwan People's Party, or TPP's Ke Wen-je, a former Taipei mayor, hoping to break through Taiwan's two-party grip on power. Louise, what's the latest?
Well, despite the party atmosphere on the stage behind me, I have to tell you, Andrew, that here the mood is one of big disappointment. A lot of them Ke supporters, some of them, you know, they have tears in their eyes. I'd say one typical supporter, 30-year-old man here, came with his girlfriend. He's crying and he says, look, he really wanted this election to break the two-party dominated system of Taiwan's politics. Just a little while ago, Ke's campaign manager, Huang Shanshan, she came onto stage and she said, look, everyone, I know you're all a bit down, but we have made a change. We have set in motion a change to Taiwan's divisive political system. We've brought in a third force, and we will continue to fight for what we think Taiwan needs, and that's peace and stability. Andrew.
As you can see, it's a very emotional night. This is something that is affecting a lot of voters very personally. Well, what does this vote mean for the TPP?
This vote was a chance for the TPP to establish itself. It's a very young party. It was only created 4 years ago. And they wanted to bring in a new way of doing politics here in Taiwan. Taiwan, like many countries around the world, is dominated by two main parties. And the TPP and its founder, Ke Wen-je, they thought this just makes for a very divided society. Andrew.
How well do you think Ke has done, considering he is from a third party?
Look, even though Ke didn't do very well, he's actually done better than third-party candidates normally do in Taiwan's elections. And the TPP, the Taiwan People's Party, they still have the legislature to play for. Now, currently they have 5 seats. They were hoping they could get possibly at least double that, maybe even treble that. And as it's looking like no party's going to have a majority in the legislature, the TPP could have an important kingmaker role to play. Andrew, back to you.
All right, thank you, Louise Watt, standing by there at the election headquarters of the TPP. We're going to go live now to Rick Glauert, who is at the election headquarters of the ruling Democratic Progressive Party, or DPP's Lai Ching-te, the current vice president, hoping to become Taiwan's next president. It looks like he's got a lead here in the polls now. Rick, can you tell us what is the latest?
Well, let me tell you that the party has already started here outside the ruling Democratic Progressive Party headquarters in downtown Taipei. Thousands of people are here to support their candidate, Lai Ching-te. All eyes have been at the front of the stage on those numbers as the polls come in. Each time that the numbers have hit new highs, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and now millions, there's been waves of cheers through the crowd. Cautious optimism here has turned into full-on celebration. Andrew.
So what does this vote mean for the DPP, Rick?
Well, a win for Lai tonight would mean a historic third term in power for his party, the Democratic Progressive Party. That's the first time that in Taiwan a party has held the presidency for 3 consecutive terms. After 8 years of the DPP, the ruling party had been struggling to maintain the youth vote, but this will give their party a boost. It's also a signal that the country supports the ruling Democratic Progressive Party's line on Taiwan, that Taiwan is an independent country and that it should keep China at arm's length. Andrew.
And Rick, can you tell us a little bit more about Lai's chances tonight? It looks good from our end. What about from your end?
Well, Lai's chances are looking good. Obviously, he's on about 40% of the vote. The gap between Lai and his competitors has been getting bigger and bigger throughout the night. Some people here saying that they'll only consider him winning if he gets to 5 million votes. For others here, he's already as good as one. We'll know more in a bit when, within a couple of hours, Lai is expected to hold an international media press conference. Back to you, Andrew.
Thanks again. That is Rick Glauer coming to us from what looks like where the party has already started tonight. That is at the DPP campaign headquarters in downtown Taipei. We're going to go live now to a third reporter, Joyce Tseng, who is standing by at the election headquarters of the main opposition party, the Kuomintang or KMT's candidate Hou You-yi, the mayor of Taiwan's largest city, New Taipei City. Joyce, what is the latest there?
Hi, Andrew. It's a modest crowd here at the main opposition Kuomintang's camp in New Taipei City. Their presidential pick, Hou You-yi, is trailing behind the ruling DPP's Lai Ching-te at this point in the vote count. But earlier, the party's reps took to the stage to make a speech to drum up support and still hold out hope. They've been telling the supporters in the crowd that the night is still young and that they still stand a chance. Now, it's just, very different energy, though, from 24 hours ago when the KMT held its final rally here at the same venue where 200,000 people turned out. So we don't know if more people will show up. Andrew?
So, Joyce, can you tell us what does this vote mean for the Kuomintang or KMT tonight?
Well, Andrew, for the KMT, this has really been a fight to win back power from the ruling DPP. They've had some strong words targeting the DPP throughout their campaign, really to play on any feelings of incumbent fatigue, which seems there's not been enough to give the KMT a strong lead. It's not been an easy campaign cycle for the KMT. They're trying to battle, a reputation of being more China-leaning. That's a stance that more Taiwanese people are not finding popular in the face of an increasingly aggressive Beijing. Now, Hou You-yi has pledged a new era for the KMT, saying that his priority is to safeguard Taiwan's self-rule, but how many people he's been able to convince tonight, we'll find out later. Andrew.
Now, Joyce, obviously it looks like Hou You-yi is falling in second place now in the vote count. What is the feeling there? What are Hou's chances tonight?
Well, Hou has trailed behind the DPP's Lai Ching-te for most of the campaign, and that has stayed true tonight so far. Speaking to some supporters of Hou earlier, though, they've said that they have faith in him and his success as a local politician to get more votes. He's the current mayor of the most populous city in the country, but of course, to win the top seat, he will need to convince much more supporters around the country. The KMT camp, though, has not given up hope, but there has been a little shift in their focus. Their party reps are starting to draw more attention towards the legislative elections results, where the KMT could see a more competitive chance to win influence. Back to you, Andrew.
All right, thanks. Joyce Tseng standing by there at the KMT campaign event tonight in New Taipei City. You're watching Taiwan Votes, and we would like to invite you to join the conversation. You can leave a comment below our live stream on Facebook and on YouTube. Now, joining us now to shed some light on the elections are Wen Liu, an assistant research fellow at Taiwan's top research body, Academia Sinica. Hi, Wen.
Hi, Andrew.
Also, we have Lev Nachman, an assistant professor at National Zhengzhou University. Hi, Lev.
Hi, Andrew.
All right, now, 2024 is going to be a historic year for elections. 60 countries around the world, more than 60 countries, representing about half of the world's population, will have elections this year. Some are saying this election in Taiwan is the most consequential election in Asia this year. What are your thoughts, Wen?
I agree. I mean, it's a first democratic election that started this year, and it's going to have a lot of impact on the regional politics and what a lot of people are looking at, which is the U.S.-China relations, for sure.
What do you think is at stake this year, Lev?
No matter who wins, whether it's William Lai, Hou Yu-bi, or Ko Wen-je, we're going to have a new captain of the ship of Taiwan after tonight. And that's really what makes this election so important, is no matter what, something's going to be different from now on.
Okay, I'd like to look at the numbers that we have here now. Obviously, it looks like Lai, the current vice president, has what looks like a comfortable lead. It's been a consistent, a steady lead so far in the vote count. What do you make of these numbers, Lev?
Right off the bat, even though it's still early, this is a bigger lead for Lai than I think many anticipated, at least for now. Again, too early to say, but I know in the weeks leading up, the polls seem to indicate Lai had a comfortable lead, but in the last 2 weeks, there's so much tension about who's mobilizing the most, and a lot of rhetoric going around saying how close this race actually is. If Lai holds these numbers, this doesn't look like nearly as close of a race. It looks like a much more confident victory for Lai than I think many anticipated he would get.
Now, we're looking at a voter turnout rate, which looks like it's between 66% and 73%. That's local media are reporting that. What does that tell you, Wen? Does that tell you the younger voters did come out or did not come out?
I do think they come out. I mean, particularly if you look at the campaign last night, particularly at Ko Wen-je's election rally, you can see many young folks, and I would say probably 20 to 40, this particular range, really came out to support Ko.
It's interesting. I was watching along. They have the live stream for all three of these campaign events on the final night of campaigning, which was last night, Friday night in Taiwan. I checked the numbers. I was watching to see who would get the most numbers. Do you want to make a guess of the three campaigns? Which one had the most numbers?
Ko Wen-je. TPP?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He had about 310,000 votes. Sorry, this is numbers of viewers watching his live stream as compared to between 70 and 80,000 for Ho and about 40,000 for Lai Ching-te from the DPP. Does this mean that older voters are voting for Lai Ching-te?
I think it's important to keep in mind, just purely from a demographic perspective, young people vote the least. Now, that's not a Taiwan problem. That's a democracy everywhere problem. It's really hard to mobilize young voters. So even if all these young voters still turn out, in terms of just total numbers, that's still going to be the smallest percentage relative to older cohorts.
Absolutely. Now, we're going to be talking a little bit more about young voters later in our show today. Now, this past week, we have been watching closely to see if there are any news stories that could impact the elections. Everyone in Taiwan got a bit of a jolt on Tuesday. Did you both get that text message?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about it? Where were you? What happened?
I was at work and it just started vibrating.
Okay.
And I, immediately, I think a lot of Taiwanese folks, I thought something happened in Vietnam because the spellings of the text.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's easy to misunderstood.
What did you think it was, Lev?
I thought that it was either a mistake or I thought that this is that this might be an immediately big deal for the election. My mind went straight to the election and thought, whose vote is this going to hurt?
I thought it was an earthquake, so I don't know, maybe I'm the odd one out. Well, it turns out that it was an alert warning people on our cell phones that it, could have been either a satellite, that's what it said in Chinese, or a missile, that's what it said in English. Turns out that something was lost in translation. Jaime Okan has this story.
Emergency alerts sounding out across Taiwan. On Tuesday afternoon, millions of people looked at their phones to see this alert. In Mandarin, the message says that a Chinese satellite flew over the country, much different to the English message saying a missile flew over Taiwan. The alert interrupted a press conference by Taiwan's foreign minister, briefing international media in the country to cover Saturday's presidential election. He said it's a reminder of the threats Taiwan faces.
But at this very sensitive moment of our election, the Chinese is still doing it. I would classify that as part of their gray zone activities, like flying balloon over Taiwan, or sending one of its tow ship. So all these kinds of tactics continue to remind the people here in Taiwan that there's a danger of war in between Taiwan and China.
Beijing later confirmed that it had launched a science satellite, the Einstein probe, developed together with the European Union. Prior notice was given weeks before the mission. The alert led to criticism of the Defense Ministry for using the word missile in English, and even why it chose to issue a nationwide warning when China had launched similar satellites before. Taiwan's military explained that the original planned routes showed the satellite flying southwest of the country. But when its course changed, flying over major cities in Taiwan, that's when the military decided to issue an alert.
所以，因为有异常的情况，所以我们今天国军也利用整个空中道警预警系统，以简讯的方式通知了所有的国人提高警觉。以上报告。
The military says no debris landed in Taiwan. And as for the incorrect English translation, this is what officials had to say.
那这次国防部也深表抱歉，英文有关这个 missile 的用词不够精准，这一部门国防部会深刻检讨，我们重新检讨相关的系统里面是否有用词不当的，我们会马上做一个修订。
This isn't the first time the Defense Ministry has come under fire for how it distributes information to the public. In 2022, when then U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan, China fired 9 missiles near Taiwan, with one flying over the country. But information on the missile launches was made public by Japan's military, not Taiwan's. Analysts say these inefficiencies highlight the need for the military to be more transparent, especially in times of crisis.
And so in these sorts of situations, you want to be as clear as possible. Granted, most people are going to be reading in Taiwan, are going to be reading the Chinese version, not the English version. But even so, there's going to be a significant portion of people who can read the English version and say to themselves, wait, are we under attack or is this a satellite launch? But I think also it just emphasizes the fact that that M&D really wants to get this right on every single time. It has to be consistent and good source of information. And this one clearly just wasn't done very well.
Taiwan now says it does not consider the satellite launch to be attempted election interference from Beijing, contradicting the foreign minister's earlier comments. But the alert serves as a clear reminder of the challenges facing the country's next leader, who will have to manage tense ties with Beijing while reassuring Taiwanese that everything is under control. Chris Ma and Jaime Okan for TaiwanPlus.
You're watching Taiwan Votes, and we're coming to you live from the TaiwanPlus Election Center in downtown Taipei. Join the conversation. You can leave a comment below our live streams on Facebook and YouTube. Just search for TaiwanPlus News. Now, when you are a Taiwanese voter, I assume, did you vote today?
Yes.
Well done. Exercising your right as a citizen. Very good. And you actually show everybody what that is. I don't know if people can see that. It's a little stamp that she has. What is that? Can you tell us what that is?
It's a stamp you go in and then you put on the tickets.
Okay, so it's a stamp that you actually use in the ballot booth in the polling station, but people like to put it on there to show that they voted. Okay, they don't stamp you at the door.
No.
In America, you get a little sticker on it that says I voted today. Now, you're a Taiwanese voter, so I'm wondering, from your perspective, do you think that other Taiwanese voters were thinking about China today when they cast their ballot?
I do think Taiwan's presidential elections are always about China in some way or another. And this time particularly, I think both the party from the blue and green that set the tone that said this, this election is about war and peace. So it's not just, I think a blue camp would like to say how the DPP is sounding the doomsday feeling, right? Or 亡国感 in Chinese.
It's like the end of your nation. You worry about the death of your nation, right?
Right, because I think particularly many penguin voters, they're voting for a vote for Taiwan sovereignty. They want the future president that can at least maintain the status quo of Taiwan.
Which has been de facto independence. So essentially, Tsai Ing-wen, the current president, has never declared independence. She said that Taiwan is already an independent nation. That's something that is also reflected by the vice president, Lai Ching-te. Now, Lev, I want to ask your opinion. Which party do you think is winning the China conversation? I mean, is it the KMT and their message of peace? Is it the DPP and its message of de facto independence? Or is it the TPP leaving it to the others to duke it out? And the reason why I ask this is, you would think that it would be Lai's message because he's, leading in the vote count. However, looks like we've got at least 50, 60% of voters did not vote for him if these trends continue.
So all three presidential candidates have come out to support the status quo, meaning no one wants to have a radical change to the way that Taiwan currently exists. Now, where they vary is how they maintain the status quo. So the DPP's version of maintaining the status quo involves diversifying away from the PRC, creating more robust ties with the United States and other countries around the world. The KMT's version of maintaining the status quo is creating more ties with China, more ties with the PRC. Their argument being the clearer communication and ties we have, the more they'll let us continue to exist as a free and fair democracy. So what I think we're seeing is how Taiwanese voters buy those two different arguments. For some Taiwanese voters, they buy the DPP's version of the status quo, which is we should not trust that more links with the PRC will help us continue to exist. And I think Pan-Blue voters say, no, the KMT's argument is that we should have more ties with China so that we're able to continue to exist.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about the Chinese military threat. Last year, they sent 1,700 military planes around Taiwan. That's double the number in 2021. However, we saw less intimidation in the run-up to the elections this year. Why is that, Wen?
I just think they're learning new method in terms of controlling or interfering in Taiwan's elections. And I think from the past experiences, they've learned that this kind of direct, straight up intimidation do not work that well, right? So they're trying new things. They're doing sort of tourist trips for the Lijiang, right? So doing more kind of milder ways of interventions this time.
Okay, we're going to go over to Leslie Liao for another quick look at the numbers there. What is the latest, Leslie?
All right, Andrew, the latest is the Central Election Commission. These numbers, they're still not as in line with what we're seeing with other media reports. So let's go back to the Taiwan Broadcasting System numbers. Remember, these are numbers from the 6 major municipalities in Taiwan, which represent about 70% of the electorate. Now, these percentages, at least, are actually representative of what most media outlets are reporting right now. So Lai Ching-te is still in the lead with Hou You-in second and Ko Wen-je in third. But we talk about how historic this election is. And I want to give you an idea of how historic it is in one facet, at least. Guys, jump into my time machine with me. Let's go back to 1992 really quickly, all right? Oh, no, not that one. Jump in. Let's go back to 1992. I want to talk about Taiwan's, this is not working with me real quick. So I want to talk about this guy right here, KMT Li Denghui. He's Taiwan's first democratically elected president. However, in 1992, he was indirectly elected. This was his second term, but for symmetry's sake, we're not going to talk about the first term. If I had the 3 of him, he's going to knock off the balance on my board. In 1996, he was Taiwan's first democratically elected president. And then these were 2 consecutive KMT presidents. And then in 2000, he handed the baton over to Chen Shui-bian of the then opposition Kuomintang, then opposition DPP. Then you go into Ma Ying-jeou, which is also a KMT, and then you also have Tsai Ing-wen, who's also DPP. So we have 2 terms of each president just alternating. And if things persist, Lai Ching-te might actually be the first president to have 3 terms, and the DPP might be the first one to field a presidential candidate with 3 terms.
So this could be a historic election for that reason alone. Now, coming up on Taiwan Votes, we'll be checking in again with our reporters in the field. Plus, further ahead, we'll tell you about the highly coveted youth vote. Stay tuned. Hi, I'm Andrew Ryan, and I'm the Deputy Director of News here at TaiwanPlus. On January 13th, Taiwan is going to the polls in one of the most closely watched elections in the world, and TaiwanPlus is going to be there. Here's what you need to know. We'll have reporters in the field from the moment the polls open at 8 a.m. until the winners are announced that night. They'll be talking to voters, reporting from campaign headquarters, sharing breaking stories as they happen on social media. So how can you watch? Well, aside from our coverage on social media, you can also watch 6 hours of live coverage on TV in 3 different programs: Taiwan Talks, Taiwan Votes, and Taiwan Connects. We'll be following the vote count and bringing you live analysis from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. Taiwan time. We'll also have interpreters ready to translate concession and victory speeches. You can also track the vote count on our election website, which is updated every 30 seconds. You'll also find information on all the candidates and their policies. Now, you might find some things missing from our coverage, like opinion polls, and there's a good reason for that. It's illegal to share opinion polls 10 days before the vote. There's also a ban on campaign activities on Election Day. So how do we get our numbers for the vote count? Well, we get the official results from the Central Election Commission. But also, the Taiwan Broadcasting System is sending 1,500 workers to polling stations. They'll help us report the numbers even faster than the Central Election Commission. Once the CEC numbers catch up, we'll prioritize the official results. Here at TaiwanPlus, we look forward to bringing you balanced and independent coverage of the democratic elections unfolding in Taiwan.
This month's top hits on TaiwanPlus.
China has deployed naval ships near Taiwan.
Strikes on Taiwan.
Taiwan. When people talk about the Chinese attack on Taiwan.
The general consensus is that it could well be 2027.
Delving into the Chinese threat from a Taiwanese perspective.
The death toll started to rise.
We need the international community to do something. Learn how egg crisis and lobster smuggling reveal the political conundrums Taiwan is facing.
我冇打算返嚟香港㗎啦。我幾時都會還借香港人，無論10年、20年。
有啲懷疑自己係咪應該喺呢個地方。
Follow Hong Kong immigrants on their journey of loss and hope.
Wenn ich jetzt nur in Anführungszeichen Komponist wäre, ich glaube, ich würde verrückt werden.
Witness the art life of musician Jörg Widman. More original programs exclusively on TaiwanPlus.
Thank you for watching TaiwanPlus. For more stories from the Pacific nation of Tuvalu and around the world, download the TaiwanPlus app. Yay!
In the face of adversity, the power of truth.
A roadmap for a just and open world, charted by the freest country in Asia.
Taipei for TaiwanPlus.
TaiwanPlus News, a voice of freedom in Asia.
Start your weekend with a cup of coffee and a moment to reflect on what happened this week.
Hello and welcome.
We've got you covered, from defense and politics to high tech and the arts.
Not just to Taiwan, the whole world is watching.
You make the coffee,
we make the news.
Here's what happened on TaiwanPlus.
This is Taiwan Votes. I'm Andrew Ryan, coming to you from the TaiwanPlus Election Center in downtown Taipei. This is hour one of our 3-hour program. Now, in just a moment, we're going to be checking in with our reporters at the election headquarters for the candidates for president. But first, let's go straight to Leslie Liao for the latest results. Leslie.
Andrew, let's go back to the TaiwanPlus website really quickly. We're getting our numbers from the Central Election Commission. Like I said, they report a little slower, but they're a little more meticulous. And these are probably the numbers that we're going to go officially with. Really quickly, so these percentages not as up to date right now. We have Cohen's other media outlets saying Cohen's is at 27%, Hoyoi at 33%, and Lai Ching-te at around 39%. But let's talk about turnout numbers, because we got a few turnout numbers coming in. Now, in the past, Taiwan has enjoyed rather high voter turnout.
Extremely high voter turnout.
Extremely high voter
Globally,
turnout.
this is amazing how often, or how many Taiwanese people actually go and exercise their right as voters.
That's right. Since 1996, Taiwan's voter turnout has been mostly above 70%. We have back in 2016, it was a low 66. So I can't say Taiwan's above 70 across the board. But this time we're seeing a little bit lower turnout from the CEC. The numbers saying that this year we're seeing around a 69% voter turnout, which is on the low side for Taiwan, but still 2/3 of people coming out to vote.
All right, thanks, Leslie. We're going to go live now to Rick Gloward at the election headquarters of the ruling Democratic Progressive Party, where the current Vice President Lai Ching-te appears to be pulling ahead in the vote count here in Taiwan. Now, Rick, can you tell us what is the latest?
As you can probably tell, there's quite the party atmosphere outside the Democratic Progressive Party, the ruling party's headquarters in downtown Taipei. Thousands of people here to support their candidate, Lai Ching-te. People are bringing their parents, people are bringing their children. I've also seen people bringing their pets. Huge cheers from the crowd as Lai reaches new milestones in the vote count. Every time he reaches 10,000, 100,000, now he's into the millions. For many people here, Lai has as good as won. Andrew.
Now, what are the main challenges for the DPP, Rick?
Well, after 8 years in power, the DPP had been struggling to be relevant with younger voters. They position themselves as the protector of Taiwan's sovereignty, of Taiwan's democracy, and younger voters were being distracted by more bread and butter issues like low wages and high house prices. They've been attracted to other political parties. Of course, the DPP also has to contend with China. Beijing has made it very clear that it does not want a third presidency for the DPP. They've even warned Taiwan voters that they're making a choice between war and peace. Back to you, Andrew.
All right, thanks a lot. Again, that's our reporter, Rick Gloward, who is standing by there at the DPP election event tonight. Obviously, the crowd very excited, waving their flags. We're going to go live now to Louise Watt, who is standing by at the election headquarters of the opposition Taiwan People's Party, where former Taipei Mayor Ko Wen-je is offering an alternative to the country's two main political parties. Louise, tell us right now what is happening there at the campaign headquarters. What is the latest?
Increasing disappointment here at the campaign headquarters of the TPP. On the stage behind me, we've had representatives of the TPP, we've had staff, and we've had supporters, and there have been tears on stage as reality has set in that their candidate does not look likely to win the presidency this time around. Now, the campaign headquarters of this party is in New Taipei City. That's one of the most populous, that is the most populous city in Taipei, in Taiwan. And the TPP said they chose this location for their campaign headquarters because there are a lot of new immigrants here, people from Southeast Asia, and they want to represent a changing Taiwan. And that's a message that resonated deeply with a lot of young people and a lot of young supporters here tonight. And one of them, just with tears in his eyes, he was saying, okay, fine, Kerr may not win this time around, but he's going to keep on supporting Kerr right until one day he walks into the presidential office. Andrew.
Now, with Kerr trailing in third place at the moment, where do you think his campaign went wrong?
So even up until last night at their final election rally, the TPP was very confident about their chances, but they said only if they could convince young people to come out and vote, because young people have very much been their base of support. Now, we've had the voter turnout in, and it was about 65 to 70% this time around. If we compare it to last time when it was almost 75%, that high number in 2020 was driven driven by the young voters. And so that's one thing that doesn't look like it's gone well for the TPP tonight. And the other thing is actually Ko-Wen-je, he was talking about cooperating with the main opposition party, the KMT. And that put off a lot of his young supporters a few weeks ago because they said they don't like the KMT. And the fact that Ko was talking about cooperating with the other opposition party made them doubt, well, is Ko the right candidate for me to vote for? On the other hand, I mean, Ko has still done well for a third-party candidate in the presidential election. He has split the vote, the opposition vote, and all along he was saying, look, more of the country wants a change. And when you look at the results, the fact that the opposition together got more than Lai, it looks like at the moment maybe he was onto something. And the TPP here is still very confident that they can get more seats in the legislature. Back to you, Andrew.
All right, thanks a lot. That's Louise Watts standing by there at the TPP campaign election event. We're going to go live now to Joyce Zheng, who is at the election headquarters of the main opposition party, the Kuomintang or KMT, where Hou You-yi, the mayor of Taiwan's largest city, New Taipei City, is hoping to become president, although it doesn't look like the vote count is going in his favor. Joyce, what's the latest?
Here at the main opposition Kuomintang's camp in New Taipei City. Most of the supporters have gathered in the front rows there nearer to the stage. The presidential pick, Hou You-yi, has trailed behind in the poll so far behind the ruling DPP's Lai Ching-te, but the party's reps on stage have not really drawn too much attention to that. Instead, they're talking more about the legislative elections. They say that they are doing well there and that the KMT could see success in that arena tonight. Andrew.
Now, Joyce, can you talk a little bit about the main challenges for the KMT?
Well, Andrew, for the KMT, they're facing a split opposition. Some people were looking forward to an opposition coalition between the KMT and the TPP to unseat the ruling DPP. Now, the dramatic collapse of that coalition really hurt some public confidence, and so the KMT could have lost some support there. Now, the KMT is also trying to fight for its relevance. More Taiwanese voters have grown wary of the KMT's historically China-friendly policies, and that's in the face of an increasingly aggressive Beijing and its threat to take Taiwan by force. Now, the KMT, though, their base itself is split with different varying degrees into which its voters are willing to collaborate with Beijing to maintain the status quo of peace. So several challenges for the KMT to overcome tonight. Back to you, Andrew.
All right, thanks so much, Joyce Zheng, coming to us from the KMT election event tonight in New Taipei City, where their candidate for president, Hou You-yi, actually serves as mayor. Now, coming up on Taiwan Votes, we're going to try to answer the million-dollar question: what motivates young Taiwanese voters? Stay tuned.
经历过人生的话，你发现说，我们大部分都是爱美的。
我自己少遇见一朵花，我可能就不是这个样子。
开始思考什么叫做一个本土性，
大声的唱出来说我是台湾人。
In the face of adversity, the power of truth.
A roadmap for a just and open world, charted by the freest country in Asia.
Taipei for TaiwanPlus.
TaiwanPlus News, a voice of freedom in Asia.
This is Taiwan Votes, and we're coming to you live from the TaiwanPlus Election Center in downtown Taipei. I'm Andrew Ryan, and joining me now is another Taiwanese voter, Betty Chen. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, doing very well. And you voted today? Yes.
I voted in the morning.
Excellent.
Beautiful day.
Everybody exercising their civic duty.
Yes.
Very happy to see that. Now, you've been following the conversation online on our Facebook and YouTube live streams, and you have some questions for our panelists.
So I have some questions for our panelists. I think LGBTQ question, well, this is a very important issue. So how is the issue of LGBTQ and I+ represented in this election?
I just think it really matters, particularly in DPP's campaign, because we all know that. So under Taiwan, she kind of pushed through the same-sex marriage legislation in 2019. So I think many of the remaining sort of DPP young voters remember that and wanted the country to go towards more progressive rights for LGBTQ populations. And I think another thing to watch out for, definitely Miao Boyat, right?
Yes.
The party candidate in Da'an district, which is one of the most bluest district, even though it's a really tough district, but I think she ran a good campaign so far.
And also, in addition to this important issue, on a lighter note, animals have also been a very popular topic. For example, Shelby Kim refers herself to as cat warrior, and Lai Ching-te loves dogs, and Hou Youyi, because of the surname, associates himself with the monkey. And also Ke Wen-je, some people say he looks like the Psyduck from Pokemon. So do you think that this is a strategy, a successful strategy to attract more votes? Lev?
I think we definitely saw that play out very prominently in the 2020 election, and I think every candidate took note of how effective that can be. I know from the outside it might seem, very quaint, cute, and silly, but I think it's a really important way that voters can connect with the candidates, especially because for so long, these three older men as the presidential leads were not always the most relatable and the most exciting.
So it's a way for them to get closer to the younger voters. And also, one more question. In the presidential race, in addition to the major big parties, there are some notable smaller parties. Tell us a bit more about that.
So, we have this wonderful tradition in Taiwan of small parties being able to meaningfully find a place in Taiwan's legislative yuan through the party vote. The vote that comes at the end of the ballot, where it doesn't matter who you vote for president or for legislative yuan, you can vote for any party you want. So in the past, we've had parties like the New Power Party or the People's First Party, from both ends of the spectrum.
Taiwan State Building Party.
Taiwan State Building Party. And this election cycle, we have just as many small parties all trying to get past that threshold that gets them at least a couple of seats in the legislative yuan. The Green Party, I know, is running a very strong campaign. The Taiwan State Building Party, New Power Party, the Labor Party. There's lots of small parties. If you look at the ballot list, you'll actually, I think there's 12 plus different parties you can choose from as a voter.
That also shows diversity of Taiwan, right?
Yes.
So a lot of people have been focusing on the youth vote and whether they're the key to winning the presidency, and we're all watching. So we sent our reporters across Taiwan to talk to the young voters, and here's what they had to say.
是希望就是投票，然后新的总统可以让台湾的经济变得更往前。因为我觉得今年的疫情“缺”这个字真的是太重要，缺工这个字太重要，所以导致大家很多人都没有工作，或者是很多人都往国外去工作了。
福利性措施，然后还有跟全球方面的一些的联系，然后还有对于台湾未来的一些发展。
就是针对房价的议题啊，租屋政策，现在有很多的建商嘛，在炒地皮，我觉得人民也越来越没有能力去负担房子，它有点像奢侈品了，它不是生活东西了。
I really hope that Taiwan can stay like this. For example, we just passed the same-sex marriage. We are trying to make Taiwan like more green, using more like green energy. I think all these directions are correct.
投票的时候，我比较在乎的是要有制衡的力道，因为我认为民主选举必须要有不同的声音呈现在国会殿堂里面，它不可以全部都是同一方的声音。
我刚当爸爸没有很久，那可能我看的会比较在意就是年轻人或是小孩子的部分，对，就是政策可能对于年轻人啊，或是对于小孩未来的教育，或是在台湾的整个社会发展上有注意的，我会比较愿意投给他这样子。
You're watching Taiwan Votes, and we're coming to you live from the TaiwanPlus Election Center in downtown Taipei, and we are counting the votes alongside you. You can see the vote count right on our screen, right around us. Now we're going to go straight to Leslie Liao to get an idea for how significant of a voting bloc young voters are. Leslie.
Hey, Andrew, I want to give you an idea of just what the voting bloc is compared to last time. So in 2020, Taiwan had around 19.2 million. That's going to cost me really quickly. Taiwan had 19.2 million registered voters. Okay. Now, 6.6 million of them were under the age of 40. Now, this time, so that's how many people turned out. 6.6 million people under the age of 40 turned out. This year, there were only 6 million registered voters under the age of 40, which means this demographic took a huge hit over these past 4 years. So we talk about how important the youth vote is and how important it is to the TPP. Well, there's a lot less people that resonate with popular candidates with young voters like Cohen's at this point. So he's kind of fighting an uphill battle at this point.
Now, Lev, I want to ask you, you've done focus groups with young voters all over Taiwan. What are young voters thinking?
So we've spilled so much ink on this question of young voters this election cycle. And we've kind of created this version of a young voter who's a Ke supporter, who's mad about wages and housing, wages and housing, wages and housing.
Anti-establishment too.
And what I wanted to, so that's what I wanted to find out was there has to be more to this story. And so the purpose of doing this project was to try to appreciate and find out the variation in different ideas that young people have. And what I find is that there's a few different groups. On one hand, you do have educated young people who do care about wages and housing, but most don't have very clear thought out policy platforms on wages and housing. And that's normal. 18 to 20-year-olds don't think deeply about what's the best wage policy for me as an individual. Instead, a lot of them feel just this sense of jaded dissatisfaction with the established party. For most of them, they were 12 years old when the DPP came into power. If you're a first-time voter, you were 12 when the DPP came into power, which means as most of your adult life, you've only ever known the DPP as the man.
Which is amazing. So I arrived in Taiwan in 1996. The DPP, didn't really have much of, a presence in Taiwan at the time, and they were considered to be anti-establishment. Now they're the establishment.
The table has turned. Okay. So for a lot of young voters, it's not even necessarily that they worship Ko-Wen-je. It's more just they see so for most young people, they would never vote for the KMT. So if that's not an option, the TPP is sort of the main choice that they would be drawn to. But there are still a lot of young voters who vote DPP. I think we assume that 100% of young voters vote for the TPP, and that is not true. It's also worth complicating this idea of what do we mean by a young voter. If you're between the ages of 20 to 29, you're going to have a little bit of a different set of politics than those who are between the ages of 30 and 39. Now, even though we group these all together, we have to appreciate, and this is, if you look at America or anywhere else in the world, Gen Z and millennials are not the exact same voting bloc. But in Taiwan, we've spent this election cycle talking about them as if they're one unified voting bloc, which they're most certainly not.
They're not a monolith.
No, and most importantly, I said this a little earlier, young people in Taiwan vote the least. So from day one, I've really thought that we've sort of overstated the importance of the youth vote when it comes to the presidency. Now, it will be meaningful because if Ko-Wen-je is trying to fight for some of these party votes in the Legislative Yuan, then maybe 1 or 2% could be a really meaningful change when it comes to the party vote. But for president, it was never really going to be all about the youth vote.
Why do we care so much about what young voters think? If they're such a small part of the demographic, and it's also a shrinking part of the voting population. Of course, Taiwan is an aging society. The population is shrinking. Why do we care so much about young voters?
I think it's traditionally young voters represent change, right? And I agree with Lev that young voters are definitely not monolithic. There are many different kinds of young voters and they have many different kinds of ideologies, but they have one thing in common is that they're at the bottom of the society, right? When you're young, you tend to have lower wages, you don't have your houses yet that you bought for yourselves. So I think there is a sense that, they wanted to something different in the society. So I think we pay attention to them because we want to see the future of Taiwan. And I think this time with Ko-Wen-je joining the campaign, it's kind of changing the dynamic a little bit because the DPP used to represent change, but also kind of progressivism. But now we have a different party that's talking about a different kind of change that's not very similar to DPP's platform.
Now, Lev, what do you think about the TPP's chances of getting a large number of seats in the legislative yuan this time around?
Right. So I don't think that the TPP is going to win any of their district races, but when it comes to the party vote, that's where they're going to find their success. So in 2020, they won about 11% of the party vote, which got them 5 seats in the legislative yuan. I'm expecting this time around that they'll probably get somewhere between 15 and 20% of the party vote, which should give them a very comfortable 7 to 9 seats, and maybe even more if they're having a very good night.
And so what is that going to mean if they have that many seats? Does that make them the kingmaker that people have been talking about?
It will depend on how well the DPP does. So you need about 56 seats in the legislative yuan to have a majority. And we're assuming so far that the DPP is not going to be able to hold their majority. So if the DPP gets, say 50 seats and they need to find 6 people to cooperate with them in order to pass policy, that means that they're going to be looking to the TPP and those who get in to strike a deal with, because the KMT is not likely to play ball with the DPP.
So I'm curious to know, in Taiwan, when a party votes for different issues, they tend to vote as a party. Do we expect the TPP to also vote en masse as one big block, or is there kind of room for some lawmakers to vote alongside the DPP, some to vote alongside the KMT? What are your thoughts on that, Wen?
I do think that's a really great question because we look at TPP's list, you have people from all kinds of backgrounds, right? You have people who from the more pro-China standing, you have people who used to work with, the former President Chen, right? So you have many different kinds of ideology in this particular party, which I think they probably will go to different policies when it comes to the new legislative yuan.
What do you think about Ko Wen-je's run with the TPP? We have not seen a third-party candidate do this well since, I want to say, since James Song in 2000.
Run.
Yeah. What do you make of this run, Lev?
This is easily the strongest third candidate run we've seen since 2000. And arguably, this is the most meaningful third-party run because the 2000 run was really about the KMT essentially fielding 2 candidates. While even though we had this, Lan Baihe breakdown, Ko Wen-je is different enough from Hou You-wi that this really isn't exactly the 2 of the same that they're running. Ko Wen-je, even though he is likely to lose, is still going to show what I think is an important trend in Taiwan politics that we've seen over the last few election cycles, that there is meaningful demand for something other than the DPP and the KMT.
Now, over the past 28 years, since Taiwan started having direct presidential elections since 1996, we have only seen political parties hold the presidency for 2 terms. So we've seen 8-year administrations from the DPP, followed by the KMT, followed by now the DPP again. If Lai Ching-te continues this trend in the vote count and does win the presidency this time around, that would be a 3rd DPP term in a row. What does that mean, Wen?
I just think it means 2 things. I think voters now, because of the escalating geopolitical tension, voters tend to want stability in Taiwan's politics, right? They want to establish our international allies. They want to follow, particularly, I think, the successful Tsai Ing-wen's foreign policy. I think that's one major factor. And the second one is that it's going to be tough. I think if Lai wins this particular election, people are going to demand much more from him, but he might have less to work with.
I'm going to ask a difficult question of both of you. Often after elections, they talk about winners and losers. I don't want to talk about the actual candidates themselves. I want to talk about everything but the candidates. After this election is over, who are the big winners and losers? Let's keep it to maybe 1 or 2 apiece. Let's start with you.
Well, I think when it comes to parties, even though the TPP is, you have people crying on stage, but they've really shaken up this entire election cycle where if I'm a TPP voter, I really think they really showed it to the entire world, given how much coverage the TPP has gotten in international media. It really has sort of defined this election as the most unique election because of this blue-white alliance that ultimately fell apart and then made Ko Wen-je sort of his own candidate.
All right, Wen, very quickly. You have about 10 seconds.
Cats.
Cats,
Yeah,
the
cat
big
lovers.
winner.
And Johnny Walker, maybe.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you to both of our panelists for joining us on a very exciting election night in Taiwan. Coming up in hour 2 of Taiwan Votes, we'll have 2 more panelists, plus a look at recent controversial remarks made by a former president in the run-up to the elections. Stay with us.
When people talk about the Chinese attack on Taiwan,
The general consensus is that it could well be 2027.
Will the U.S. come help us?
Yes, we have a commitment.
But how? The United States would be there to defend Taiwan.
Take the form of a mutual defense.
美军跟国军并肩作战，有没有可能？
Operation 2027, every Friday, 7 p.m. on TaiwanPlus.
For more stories from here at the Twin Oaks Estate and around the world, make sure to visit Taiwan Plus News on social media.
我冇打算翻嚟香港㗎啦。
我知道自己遲早都要走啊。對我嚟講唔係 yes or no 嘅 question，係 when。
你好耐都見唔到婆婆喎。
呢次你值得去翻，係為你小朋友將來㗎嘛。
冇啦，你黐線啊，好難租樓㗎。
都冇晒聲氣啦，我寫唔完啲嘢，你去佢睇完之後。
So boring. What would you like to do?
好攰嘅。
我啲懷疑自己係咪應該喺呢個地方？
我幾時都會話自己係香港人，無論10年、20年。
One Way, coming Saturday, January 20th, 3 p.m. on TaiwanPlus.
We bring you stories from Taiwan every day of the week.
Our reporters travel the nation.
Exploring the issues that matter to you. Newsroom here in Taiwan and around the world.
What's up, Taiwan? On TaiwanPlus.
For more stories from Taiwan and around the world, download the TaiwanPlus app.
For more stories from Taiwan and around the world, download the Taiwan Plus app and follow us on social media.
你经历过人生的话，你发现说，我们大部分都是爱美。
我自己少遇见一朵花，我可能就不是这个样子。
开始思考什么叫做一个本土性，
大声的唱出来说我是台湾人。
Taiwan's Vice President Lai Ching-te from the ruling Democratic Progressive Party, or DPP, has had an early and consistent lead in Taiwan's elections. If this continues, he's likely to become Taiwan's next president. This is Taiwan Votes. I'm Andrew Ryan, coming to you live from the TaiwanPlus Election Center in downtown Taipei. We're now in hour 2 of this 3-hour program. It's 7 p.m. here in Taiwan. The polls closed 3 hours ago, and the vote count is still underway. In just a moment, we're going to be checking in with our reporters at the election headquarters of all 3 candidates for president. But first, let's go straight to Leslie Liao, who is standing by with the latest results. Leslie.
Andrew, you just said something very important: consistent, right? So the trend that we've been seeing all day has been holding, with about 59% of the polling stations reported. Lai Ching-te is holding steady with about a 40% lead. Hou You-yi in second place with about 33%, and Ko Wen-je hovers between 26-25%. Andrew, back to you.
All right, we're going to go live now to Rick Glauert at the election headquarters of the ruling Democratic Progressive Party, or DPP's Lai Ching-te. He's the current vice president. He's in the lead right now in the vote count, hoping to become Taiwan's next president. Rick, what's the latest?
Well, I don't know if you can hear it from where you are in the studio, but there is a party going on the streets outside of the Democratic Progressive Party's headquarters in downtown Taipei. Thousands of people have come here to celebrate the gains made by Lai Ching-te in his bid for the presidency. The numbers keep going up on the screen behind us, and the crowd keeps shouting. First it was tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Now we're in the millions. The voting is not yet finished, but for many here, Lai has already won. Andrew.
Now, Rick, can you tell us a little bit about the China factor from the ruling party's perspective?
Well, on China, Lai has very much stuck to the current president, Tsai Ing-wen's position. He said that Taiwan is already its own country and doesn't need to declare formal independence. He's promised to continue in Tsai's shoes, boosting Taiwan's defenses, spending more on defense and getting the country ready and keeping China at bay. Now, Beijing considers Lai a dangerous separatist and has recently promised to smash any separatist plot. So, but Lai and his DPP say they're the ones that can keep Taiwan safe and keep China at a safe distance. Andrew.
Now, with Lai looking on course for victory, how is Beijing likely to react?
Now, Taiwan's government has actually said that no matter who wins tonight, China will continue increasing its pressure on the country. But given that the DPP is so despised in Beijing, we can expect some sort of reaction from China. Now, pressure from China takes many different forms: cognitive warfare, cyber attacks. We've seen economic coercion and uptick in military action, for example, drills around the country. China is, of course, unpredictable, but it is safe to say that the results we're seeing here tonight are not what Beijing hoped for. Back to you, Andrew.
All right, thanks, Rick. That is Rick there at the DPP, the ruling party's election headquarters tonight. It looks like a party there. We're going to go to a very different scene now. Joyce Tseng, who's standing by at the election headquarters of the main opposition party, the Kuomintang, or KMT, where their candidate, new Taipei Mayor Hou You-yi, is hoping to take the presidency. Joyce, what's the latest?
Hi, Andrew. Some more people have joined in here at the main opposition Kuomintang's camp in New Taipei City, but the crowd is still looking quite modest. Their presidential pick, Hou You-yi, is still trailing behind the ruling DPP's Lai Ching-te. And actually, just a couple seconds ago, a couple supporters were getting quite worked up, feeling, getting angry actually at the TPP's Ko Wen-je, they say, for splitting the opposition vote and taking some of the KMT's support. So you're seeing some signs of worry here, Andrew.
Joyce, can you talk a little bit about the China factor from the KMT's perspective?
Well, Andrew, the KMT has said one of its strengths, and the main strength, is that it can stabilize Taiwan and China relations. They've largely blamed the DPP for China's, Beijing's worsening ties with Taiwan. Beijing has flown more Chinese aircraft, military aircraft around Taiwan. Actually, that number has quadrupled since 2020. And they say that the DPP has actually moved Taiwan further away from the status quo of peace and closer to a risk of war. And the KMT has pledged to reopen dialogue with Beijing and build up things like trade to deter China from using force. But it's looking like with the current numbers, it might not. We'll have to see if they'll be able to fulfill that pledge. Andrew.
Now, Joyce, how would Beijing have reacted if He were to pull off a victory? I mean, he still does, we don't have the official numbers yet. If he is able to pull off that victory, how would Beijing react?
Well, Andrew, it's safe to say that the Beijing's preferred winner tonight is the KMT out of the three options. But the presidential candidate for the KMT, He Yo-i, has put forward quite a watered-down platform and approach to Beijing compared to the KMT's more traditional ways. He Yo-i has said that he's rolled out talks of unification, but that if he is elected, he has the most open policy to re-engage with China. But again, looking at the current numbers, it might be the case that Beijing might not get what it wants. Back to you, Andrew.
All right, thank you so much, Joyce Deng, who is coming to us from the KMT event tonight in New Taipei City. We're going to cross live now to Louise Watt, who is standing by at the election headquarters of the opposition Taiwan People's Party, or TPP. Former Taipei Mayor Ko Wen-je has an even smaller shot at winning the presidency if these vote count numbers stand. Now, he was offering an alternative to Taiwan's main two parties. I'm not sure that he's going to be able to deliver on that tonight. Louise, what's the latest?
Andrew, it's quite a muted atmosphere here at TPP campaign headquarters. They've gone from playing upbeat music earlier in the evening to ballads. People now waving their mobile phones as well, along with the music that's playing behind me. Despite that, still, I would say 2,000 to 3,000 people who are here are sticking around. I think they want to hear Ko Wen-je's speech. We're expecting him to come on stage later on. But in the meantime, we've had other candidates for the legislature come on, thank their supporters, and actually say, you know what, whatever the result tonight, it's been a success from their point of view, because they say more and more people are supporting them and standing together with the TPP, this third, smaller party that was trying to break the two-party dominated politics here in Taiwan. Andrew.
Louise, can you talk a little bit about the China factor? What was Ke's policy towards China?
Well, actually, Ke didn't want to talk too much about China in this campaign. He wanted to move the conversation away from China. He said that people in Taiwan, voters, were fed up of all their national elections being dominated by the subject of China. He said people cared more about domestic issues, and that's what he tried to steer the conversation to. However, he can't ignore China totally, and he said he would deal with China under two principles, the first one being deterrence, the second one communication. Now, we know that the current government has tried to talk to China. China cut off contacts with the government after Tsai Ing-wen came to power. Now, Ke said he would try and start by getting contacts going by talking about the easy stuff, that's more like exchanges, then talking about the economy before getting onto the harder issues of politics. Andrew.
Now, Louise, it looks like Ke's pathway to the presidency is very, very slim at this point. How would Beijing have reacted if Ke had pulled off a victory?
It's clear that Beijing favored Ke more than Lai, and possibly less than Ho from the main opposition KMT, and that's because Beijing has history dealing with the KMT, so they kind of know what they're getting into. However, Ke has split the vote, the opposition vote. And so I don't think Beijing's going to look kindly on Ke and his influence on this election. If we think back to, there was going to be a fourth candidate for president, that's the independent Terry Gore, and China was seen, or accused by ruling party here anyway, politicians from the DPP, of actually almost essentially forcing Terry Gore to stand down from election when Chinese authorities began investigating his company's tax dealings in China. So I don't think Beijing would have been happy that Ke was standing, but I think they would probably prefer to have seen him than Lai Ching-te. Back to you, Andrew.
All right, thank you so much. That, of course, is Louise Watts standing by there at the headquarters of the TPP. Very somber atmosphere tonight there, and it's amazing how different the three different events look now that we've reached 3 hours after the polls have closed. Joining me now to shed some light on the elections are political scientist Sarah Liu, who's an assistant professor at the University of Edinburgh. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, pleasure to be here, Andrew.
Great to have you. Also, we have Maggie Lewis, who is an associate dean and a professor of law at Seton Hall Law School. Thank you as well for joining us.
Great to be here.
So I'm going to ask the same question that I asked of both of you, all three of our reporters, and that is, what would Beijing think about a Lai victory? Now, we can't say that he has won already, but it looks like he's the presumptive winner in this race. I want to start with you, Sarah. What do you think Beijing would think of this? Now, we have to remember, aside from his policies, he's only got 40% of the vote. So do you think that this is going to, obviously they're not going to be pleased with him winning, but do you think that they'll think differently of Taiwan, knowing that 60% of the voters voted for somebody else?
It's probably safe to say that the potential victory of Lai would indicate to Beijing that the Taiwanese people don't really want a very close or a very tight relationship with Beijing. So I think Beijing would see it probably as a threat to remaining status quo or a potential establishment of the regime for Beijing. So I think they would see it as a threat. But at the same time, I think it's important to also remember that Beijing may also think that 60% of the voters who did not support Lai, Beijing may think that it's an indication that Taiwanese people, the majority, wants reunification. But I don't think that's necessarily the case.
Not necessarily the case, but it may be interpreted by Beijing as being that. Now, Maggie, what is your immediate reaction looking at these numbers here? Do you think that Ko Wen-je was a spoiler in this race?
I don't know. And I think there's so much we don't know about who exactly ended up voting for Ko, because yes, he certainly took some from Ho, but he also had a lot of youth energy. And the KMT has not done well with the youth vote in recent years. And so it might have also taken some of the vote that would have gone for Lai. And we also don't know sort of yet the overall turnout and how many people just decided not to vote at all. So I think those sort of questions are still a little early to answer, but I expect that Ko took from both parties, but probably more from the KMT.
What do you think a third DPP administration in a row, or third term for a DPP president in a row, is going to look like in terms of policy towards China? Is it going to be Tsai 2.0, as people are saying?
I think some voters had reservations about Lai because Lai had, since he was the mayor, right, since he started his political career, he has always stated that he is very pro-independence, so he's very outspoken about his position on where Taiwan is. So I think some voters were very concerned about where he would go and how he would lead Taiwan. But I do think that Tsai will continue down the path that Tsai Ing-wen has set out, which is to take a very pragmatic approach to continue strengthening the relations with democracies, both in the West and the East, and continues to establish trade relations, for example, with other entities in the world, for example, the EU or other neighboring countries like Japan and India.
Now, yeah, it's interesting watching how he talks about China. The way he talks about China and the words he uses are very, very similar to President Tsai. He's never said like that he would declare independence or anything like that. It's always de facto independence. It's saying that, Taiwan is already an independent country, an autonomous country. Now, both of you are based overseas. We have this impression here in Taiwan that the world is watching these elections closely. Do you think that's true, Maggie?
Yes, I certainly, I've been over here for the election and getting a lot of questions from people back home. I will say that Lai has done a lot of work in the last year or so to reassure certainly the United States and audiences there that he will adhere closely to the line under its eye and to try to distance himself from the past impressions. When he had his transit through the United States, he had a speech that was very similar to Tsai's speech when she had her transit not too much before he did. So I think that there's generally a sense that we'll see continuity in their policies, but there's still a lot of important questions, including who will be in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs leading that, who will be long-term in DC and in other key posts abroad. And we're gonna have to wait a while to see how that shakes out.
Now, Sarah, you've also been dealing with issues related to East Asia. Are East Asian countries also following this election closely?
Yes, I think it's safe to say that East Asia has been following the election closely just as the rest of the world, because I think again, depends on who wins, but right now Lai is clearly leading in the voting turnout. It's safe to say that the East Asian countries will be really concerned about who wins, because that indicates a lot of what kind of relationships Taiwan will build. For example, like I said earlier, Taiwan under Tsai's administration, Taiwan has built a very strong connection with Japan. So Japan, for example, would wish to see that connection to continue to grow. And same thing with India, for example. Taiwan has recently started talking about opening up migrant workers from India. So for example, India will also really care about how that goes.
Do you think countries have a preference for a candidate in Taiwan's elections? I mean, they may not talk about it, but do you think they actually secretly have kind of an idea of who they would like to see be president?
Well, of course, countries don't have one mind. And so I can see even within the United States, that there could be some differences across perhaps different political spectrums that we have. But I think generally the hope is that there is continuity. We don't want surprises. Now in the next hour or two, we're going to be watching to see what Lai says when he takes the stage. Certainly it'd be fun to be a fly on the wall in Zhongnanhai in Beijing to see that initial reaction. I'm going to be listening to hear, does he talk about China in his remarks? How does he phrase that? Because we're really going to be entering now a very sensitive time in this period as we lead up to actually May, where there is the formal transition of power.
That's right. Just to give people an idea of what's going to happen, May 20th is the last day for Tsai Ing-wen, the current president in office. That's when the new president will take office. For lawmakers, that's earlier. That's on February 1st. Probably not as influential or as much of a big deal in the international community as the presidency is. Now, in the run-up to the elections, we were watching closely for any news items that could have an impact on the results. One of the stories that captured our attention involved former President Ma Ying-jeou. In an interview with the international media, he said unification with China would be acceptable under certain conditions, and he called on Taiwan to trust China's leader, Xi Jinping. John Van Trieste has more.
With just 2 days to go until Taiwan elects its next leader, a former president is getting all the attention. Ma Ying-jeou's given an interview with Germany's DW News on Taiwan's strained ties with China, and it's proving divisive at a sensitive time. Ma has long supported improving relations with China, a country that rejects Taiwan's self-rule. His time as president saw a big easing of tensions between the countries, but his views on China were not popular and helped sink his approval into the single digits. And there are signs Ma's decision to speak his mind again now, just ahead of an election, is making his own party uneasy.
Unification is something that our constitution says. So it's actually acceptable to Taiwan, but it has to be done peacefully and through a democratic process. If that can be done, the chances are people in Taiwan may be interested in accepting that.
First, Ma told DW that Taiwan should trust Chinese President Xi Jinping. But last year, Taiwan's top research institute found only 9% of Taiwan's people think China's trustworthy. And then there's Ma's comment on eventual unification. Ma says it could take years, But a poll last year by National Zhengzhi University found only 12% wanted to happen ever. Ma's party, the Kuomintang, is distancing itself from these remarks, even though warmer ties with China is a party goal. Kuomintang candidate Hou Youyi says his China policy would look different.
马前总统这一番想法跟我们有些不一样。我从以前到现在都是主张3D 战略，一就是遏制，二遏制就是要加强国防经费，提升自主防卫能力；二就是对话，三就是交流。尤其我对大陆的意图从来没有存在不切实际的想法。
Hou's running mate is also distancing himself from Ma's views.
马英九是前总统嘛，那就是都已经是10几年以前的事情了哈，所以马英九的讲法也不代表侯友宜的讲法，互信是很重要的了哈。如果你都不信任，那你还谈什么呢哈？但这个信任也不是无条件的信任了。
And while there's little time left to sway voters, the ruling Democratic Progressive Party, Taiwan's more China-wary party, is taking advantage of Ma's interview. At a campaign stop Wednesday, its candidate, Lai Ching-te, asked the crowd who they trust more, Xi Jinping or themselves. And he hit out at China more generally.
如果让中国介入成功，台湾的民主就荡然无存。同时呢，我们未来选的就不再是总统，而只是特首而已。
While candidates in this election have focused on other issues, from housing to raising Taiwan's birth rate, in Taiwanese politics, China is never far away, and Ma's interview has brought it back to the surface. John Su and John Van Trieste for TaiwanPlus.
You're watching Taiwan Votes, and we're coming to you live from the TaiwanPlus Election Center in downtown Taipei, and we are watching the votes roll in. Now, just a reminder, we'd like to know where you're watching from. You can leave a comment below our live streams on Facebook and YouTube, and we may read your question on air. Now, we're going to go now for the latest numbers. We're going to go to Leslie Liao. What's happening?
Andrew, it seems that over time, if you look at this website, the only percentages that's really changing is the number of polling stations that have reported back. We're about 3/4 into the count, and these numbers have pretty much stayed stable. Lai at around 40%, Ho at 33%, Cohen's at about 25%. Lai Ching-te apparently has broken the 4 million vote threshold. Ho is at 3.2 million, with Cohen's still at 2.5.
All right. Now, I've just gotten word that it looks like Cohen is likely to come out and speak soon. Actually, we're going to start seeing some speeches from some of our candidates, likely either concession or victory speeches. And we will offer you live interpretation for that. Betty Chen will be back here to interpret that live for us to save Leslie and I the trouble.
Don't want that.
We also won't make you do it either, I promise. So, Sarah, my question for you is, are voters thinking about China when they went to the polls today? Were they thinking about China when they cast their ballot?
I think it's safe to say that the voters in Taiwan, it will be really hard for them to not think about the China factor at all, because the China threat is real, right? Because we hear that we hear from China, they constantly threaten to invade Taiwan. So I think while the threat is there, it's really hard for the voters to not think about it. However, that is not to say that that is the most salient issue for the Taiwanese voters, particularly this time around.
Do you think that the former President Ma Ying-jeou, his comments earlier this week, do you think that had an impact on voters, or was it just kind of another blip on the radar?
It's hard to say that it didn't have an impact, because if we see Ho's reaction towards that, he immediately
these two countries and their influence on Taiwan when it comes to elections?
Oh, that's a really interesting question, because I think the answer might depend on who you are talking to, right? Which camp. Which camp supporters you're talking to, right? Some voters may believe that China, the United States is interfering in the sense that they have a preferred candidate, and some other camp voters may think that that's not necessarily the case. So I think it really depends on who you are talking to in terms of that.
All right. Well, Maggie, the United States is sending another unofficial delegation of former high-ranking officials to Taiwan. They're scheduled to land here tomorrow on Sunday. What do you think their first order of business is going to be?
So first, the U.S. does not, of course, officially have a preferred candidate. And I think the U.S. has been very clear and consistent in its one China policy that, we're really looking at, and I don't represent the US government, but I think as an American, I say we're interested in the strength of democracy. And the fact that we have had another free, fair election here is a real just triumph in itself, and we don't take that for granted. I expect when the delegation comes that it will be getting down to business. It'll be talking with, expecting that it is Lai as the incoming president, talking with President Tsai, incoming President Lai, and really just trying to chart a course to keep everything running as smoothly as possible with U.S.-Taiwan relations.
So you have been watching Taiwan Votes. We have a lot more to come, but first I want to just remind you that we can have you join the conversation. You can leave a comment below our live streams on Facebook and YouTube. We may read your questions a little bit later on in our show and ask our panelists to answer those questions as well. You can also visit TaiwanPlus.com and you can follow along with the vote count. We also have information on all the candidates and their policies. Now, there is much more to come here in just a moment. When we return, we're going to be checking in again with our campaign reporters. Plus, further ahead, we'll be talking about the legacy of President Tsai Ing-wen, the nation's first female president. Don't go away.
When people talk about the Chinese attack on Taiwan,
the general consensus is that it could well be 2027.
Will the U.S. come help us?
Yes, we have a commitment.
But how?
the United States would be there to defend Taiwan.
Take the form of a mutual defense.
美军跟国军并肩作战，有没有可能？
Operation 2027, every Friday, 7 p.m. on TaiwanPlus.
For more stories from here at the Twin Oaks Estate and around the world, make sure to visit TaiwanPlus News on social media.
我冇打算翻嚟香港㗎啦。
我知道自己遲早都要走㗎啦。對我嚟講唔係 yes or no 嘅 question， 係 way。
你好耐都見唔到婆婆喎。
呢次你值得去翻，係為你小朋友將來啦嘛。
冇啦，你黐線呀，好難租樓㗎。
都冇晒聲氣啦，我寫完啲嘢俾佢睇完之後。
So boring. Won't you like it?
唔攰嘅。
我啲懷疑自己係咪應該喺呢個地方？
我幾時都會話自己係香港人，無論10年、20年。
One Way, coming Saturday, January 20th, 3 p.m. on TaiwanPlus.
We bring you stories from Taiwan every day of the week.
Our reporters travel the nation.
Exploring the issues that matter to you.
Newsroom here in Taiwan and around the world.
What's up, Taiwan? On TaiwanPlus.
This is Taiwan Votes. I'm Andrew Ryan coming to you from the TaiwanPlus Election Center in downtown Taipei. In just a moment, we're going to be checking in with our reporters at the election headquarters for the different parties. But first, let's go straight to Leslie Liao for the latest results.
Andrew, earlier you said that Lai Ching-te has held a consistent lead. And once again, I'd like to put emphasis on the word consistent because pretty much the trend that we've been seeing all night has persisted even through to now, with 81% of the polling stations recorded and counted. It seems like a victory from either Hou Yu-ing-ko, and so those walls are kind of closing in and the chances are getting slimmer. If something's going to happen, it's going to be big.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Leslie. We're going to go live now to Rick Glauert at the election headquarters of the ruling Democratic Progressive Party. Rick, what's the latest?
Well, the party is continuing here outside the Democratic Progressive Party's headquarters in downtown Taipei. Thousands of people coming here to cheer on their candidate for president, Lai Ching-te. The vote count at the front here just went past 4 million votes for Lai. Huge response from the crowd, shouting, cheering his name. There's a gentleman just off camera here who's enjoying a bottle of gin with his friend. That's just been finished, and they're shouting even louder. We're hearing that Lai is going to speak to international press perhaps within the hour, and then he'll perhaps make his way onto the stage in front of us. Andrew.
Rick, what will a Lai win mean for Taiwan internationally?
Well, this election has had so much international attention because it's set to have such an impact on the whole world, and is probably being most keenly watched in Beijing and Washington. The ruling Democratic Progressive Party, of which Lai Ching-te is from, they spent the last 8 years getting closer with the US, which of course could be at risk if there was a change in government. Beijing, meanwhile, sees Lai Ching-te as a dangerous separatist. They've said that choosing Lai is a choice between war and peace. Lai for himself, he says Taiwan is on the front line. He said that a vote for him is a vote for peace across the Taiwan Strait and stability in the Indo-Pacific region. Back to you, Andrew.
All right, Rick, thank you for that. And as you can hear in the background, everybody's saying Dong Suan, which means to get elected in Taigi, in the Hokkien dialect here. Dangxuan in Mandarin, to get elected. Of course, that's a popular thing you'll hear at rallies here in Taiwan. We're going to go live now to Joyce Zheng at the election headquarters of the main opposition party, the Kuomintang or KMT. Joyce, what's the latest?
Hi, Andrew. Energy is starting to fade a little bit here at the main opposition Kuomintang's camp in New Taipei City. Their presidential pick, Hou Yu-ing, still trailing behind Lai Ching-te, the ruling DPP's pick. They've just announced that they're expecting Hou and the vice presidential candidate for the KMT, Zhao Shaokang, to arrive here around 8 o'clock to address the modest crowd here. But morale is quite low, as some supporters were very hopeful for the presidency tonight. Andrew.
Joyce, can you give us an idea, what are the prospects for the KMT in the legislative races?
Well, Andrew, seeing as one of the main goals for the KMT was to win back power from the ruling DPP, they could still wield some influence in the legislature. And the current numbers look like that the KMT and DPP might end up with a similar number of seats. The DPP for the past 8 years has had the benefit of holding both the presidency and a majority in the legislature, which doesn't look like will happen this time. And so the KMT can wield some influence there to block DPP initiatives as lawmakers review and pass national laws and even set the president's budget. Back to you, Andrew.
All right, thanks, Joyce. We're going to go live now to our reporter, Louise Watt, who is standing by at the election headquarters of the opposition Taiwan People's Party. Louise, what's the latest there?
So actually, in the last 20 minutes, we've seen more people flock here to the TPP campaign headquarters, and that's because the TPP have announced that Ko Wen-je, their presidential candidate, will be here at 8 o'clock to greet supporters. He'll be here with his vice presidential candidate, Cynthia Wu, as well. So we're expecting him to go on stage and probably give a concession speech. What will he say in that? Well, to give us some idea, his campaign manager, Huang Shanshan, when she came on stage earlier this evening, she was saying that the TPP has proved that a lot of Taiwanese voters are sick and tired of Taiwan's two-party system and the division that creates, and they want to see a more united Taiwan. Andrew.
Louise, what are the prospects for Ke's Taiwan People's Party in the legislative race?
Well, it's clear tonight the TPP has lost its majority, and it looks like the DPP and the KMT will have a similar number of seats, which means the TPP, as the third party in the legislature, could have a very critical role to play. Will they align with the DPP? Will they align with the KMT? Well, according to what Ko Wen-je has said in the past, he doesn't want to align along party lines. After all, he's all about getting across the political divide. He has said he will vote with one party when they agree with the particular issues that that party is standing for, and they'll vote for the other party. So they'll vote along issues rather than party lines. But that actually might cause a lot of infighting within the TPP when you think that a lot of their members have been drawn from the DPP and the KMT in the past. So if you can get them to agree, well, that's going to be difficult anyway. So we may well see it being very hard to get a lot done in the legislature over the next session. Back to you, Andrew.
All right, thank you so much, Louise Watt, coming to us from the TPP election event tonight in New Taipei City, and also some very interesting analysis about what our next legislature could look like here in Taiwan. We'll be discussing that a little bit later on in this hour. Coming up on Taiwan Votes, we'll be talking about the future of women in politics after Taiwan's first female president, Tsai Ing-wen, steps down in May. Stay tuned.
Start your weekend with a cup of coffee and a moment to reflect on what happened this week.
Hello and welcome.
We've got you covered, from defense and politics to high tech and the arts.
Not just to Taiwan, the whole world is watching.
You make the coffee, we make the news. Here's what happened on TaiwanPlus.
At Connected, we believe in the power of dialogue. It's not just about the headlines, it's about finding common ground. Join the conversation.
Connected with Divya Gopalan on TaiwanPlus.
This is Taiwan Votes, and we're coming to you live from the TaiwanPlus Election Center in downtown Taipei. I'm Andrew Ryan, here now with my co-host Betty Chen, who's been following the conversation online on Facebook and on YouTube. If you would like to ask some questions, you could just leave a comment below our live streams. Just look for TaiwanPlus News. Again, that's on Facebook and on YouTube. So you have questions for our panelists, yes?
Yes, I do have some questions. Starting with the first one. Lai is now leading in the polls, but for those who are concerned about the possibility of war, do you foresee maybe a new wave of immigration? Sarah?
Leaving Taiwan?
Leaving
because
Taiwan.
Of this? I would be surprised if people took that dramatic of an action to leave Taiwan. Again, we've seen that Lai has really tried to reassure that his policies would be a continuation of the Tsai presidency. So unless something shifts dramatically in the way that Beijing is responding, that would be an unexpected turn of events.
Right. And also, a lot of people in Taiwan have been talking about a possibility of implementing absentee voting. However, Taiwan, well, a lot of Taiwanese people overseas, they cannot do that yet. What's the reason?
I think it's just really hard for the political parties to really make that decision or to pass it in the legislature, because political parties have a lot of things that they're concerned about. For example, if we think about how absentee ballot would benefit people, it would benefit, for example, overseas Taiwanese, as well as people who don't live in their hometown where they're registered to vote, right? So for political parties, they simply have a lot to consider before they pass any legislation on that.
And I'd say too that the more you move away from putting paper into a box, the more you open up the possibility for people to feel less secure in the election. And even though, of course, absentee ballot is something that many countries do, I vote regularly absentee for the United States, it would require some really strong confidence from the electorate.
I need to have a very comprehensive mechanism to make sure that everything is safe and fair and just. And also many candidates during the election have spent the last days canvassing around the city on trucks. How effective is that?
Oh, it's really hard to say how effective that is. As an outsider observer being in Taiwanese election this time, I thought it was really interesting that, the trucks are still going around because I grew up in Taiwan. When I was a kid, they were around. And, 20 years later, 30 years later, they're still here. So it's hard to pinpoint how effective they are, but they definitely put the candidates on the map because, they're on the streets and they're on the news.
Yes.
And it's a lot of fun. We were in Xinbei in New Taipei City yesterday with one of the legislative candidates, Su, and then Xiaobi Kim came. And it's really, you get caught up in the atmosphere. So I don't know how effective it is, but I hope it sticks around for 2028 and beyond.
But it's a good way for the candidates to interact with their supporters, right, on the streets. All right. This year, Taiwan saw a record number of women running in the legislative elections. The country already has one of Asia's most balanced gender ratios in politics, but there are still challenges. Our reporter Ed Wood caught up with 3 young women running for office to find out about life on the campaign trail.
Radio personality Irina Lee is putting in the miles for what Taiwan calls the land battle, the hard graft needed to win over voters before polling day. Lee is representing Taiwan's main opposition Kuomintang, or KMT, a Chinese nationalist party with strong support among older generations. But at 30 years old, Lee is the youngest legislative candidate in the country, and she's hoping to appeal to other young people who are wary of Beijing's claim over self-ruled Taiwan.
大家看到我的时候是很支持我，是先认识李明璇，先喜欢李明璇，愿意支持李明璇，然后发现到说哦，他是国民党提名的哦，哎，那感觉国民党不一样哦。
Just 2 months older than Lee, Huang Jie of the ruling Democratic Progressive Party is now also running for a seat in the legislature, competing in national politics for the first time. Unlike the KMT, support among young voters is strong for her party, which advocates Taiwan's independence from China. But Huang says campaigning as a woman comes with its own set of challenges.
女性能力比较不足，或者是说觉得你不够专业，甚至是会有一些针对外表上，然后我的言行举止上的批评，然后还有羞辱都蛮多的，甚至是比较严重的是一些性羞辱。
Jennifer Yoi Lee of the smaller Taiwan People's Party doesn't have the resources of the DPP and KMT. But Lee says her party has a better record on women's representation than its 2 bigger rivals. That's despite criticism of her party's leader, presidential candidate Ko Wen-je, for sexist comments.
Within the TPP, we have just more female politicians or political workers within our party, and even more than KMT and TPP. So I think he considered everyone based on their ability, their capability, rather than their just gender.
With just days to go before the election, all 3 candidates are still canvassing for every vote. Taiwan already has one of the highest rates of female participation in politics in Asia. Over 40% of lawmakers are women, and this year there are more female candidates than ever before. It's a chance for the major parties to try some fresh blood in politics, but it'll be up to the voters to decide whether it's time for change. John Su, Scott Huang, Peachy Zhuang, and Ed Moon in Taipei for TaiwanPlus.
You're watching Taiwan Votes, and we're coming to you live from the TaiwanPlus Election Center in downtown Taipei. We're going to go on over to Leslie, who has a legislative seat breakdown up on the big touchscreen TV. Tell us about that.
That's right, Andrew. So like we like to point out that today is not just about the presidential election. Voters are also voting for the legislative seats. Now, there are 113 up for grabs, and they're not all direct elections here. So about 74 legislative seats come down to the district. Everybody who you live in Taiwan, you have a different district, and every legislative candidate represents a different district.
Unless you're indigenous, right?
That's
Leslie?
right. Unless you're indigenous. If you're indigenous, you cannot vote for these in the district elections. you choose one of 6 legislators who have indigenous seats. That just goes back to Taiwan's laws. And then the last ones are 34 proportional at-large legislators. So what happens is when I went in to vote earlier today, I had to pick not just one legislator, but I also had to pick a party which gets proportional representation depending on how they do in this vote. 113 seats break down into 74 direct elections, 34 proportional, and 6 indigenous.
All right, thanks, Leslie. Now, we saw just earlier, we saw that report on 3 young women running for office in Taiwan, all hoping to become legislators. I want to talk a little bit about gender equality in Taiwan politics. Clearly, Taiwan is doing very well in world rankings. Sarah, can you tell us why is Taiwan doing well in the world rankings?
Well, when Tsai Ing-wen was elected 8 years ago, the world was really surprised, right? Because she was one of the very few, and she still is one of the very few state leaders in the world. So I thought the world was like, well, you know, it seems like Taiwan is very progressive in its gender development. And I think throughout the 8 years, particularly in Tsai's second term, where she handled the COVID-19 crisis very, very well, putting Taiwan on the map, that really made people think about the representation of women in Taiwan. I think Tsai Ing-wen's leadership has really normalized women politicians' presence in Taiwan.
Do you think that also one of the things that's helped, I'm guessing, is that the party vote requires parties to create these lists of lawmakers, and that at least half the people on the party list have to be women. Has that helped? Or do you think that there's also been kind of an increase in the number of women running for office?
You're absolutely right. The Taiwan gender quota system, where they require that political parties nominate, half of the nominations have to be women, that really helps putting women on the map. That encourages women to run, that encourages political parties to nominate women. So in a way, it normalizes women's participation in electoral races. And throughout time, we've also witnessed that more women have been willing to come out to take a grab of the political seats, like this election where we've been seeing a record number of women running.
Now, Maggie, you come from the United States originally, as do I. We come from a country where we've never had a female president. What has it been like for you watching President Tsai for the last 8 years running Taiwan?
I mean, first, she's just been an excellent president, period, taking away any sort of, whether it's a man or a woman. And I think it speaks volumes about Taiwan that the people of Taiwan were comfortable electing a woman, which we have not done yet in the US. And I don't think obviously it's going to happen in November either, unless maybe, well, there's a chance, but unlikely. But I do think too that it's not complete gender equality. And that when you look at President Tsai and some of the criticisms of her, it is gendered, and then it does still have a sexist undertone sometimes. So there's a lot of work that has been done. There's more to do. And I'm very excited about the prospect of Shelby Kim as vice president.
Can you talk a little bit about the kinds of challenges that President Tsai has faced while in office because she is a woman?
I think like Maggie was saying, right, she definitely was subject to a lot of sexism, especially in her election for her first term. People doubted her ability to be a leader of the country when she was running. So I think she definitely experienced a lot of that kind of sexist comments. But I think throughout time, her leadership has proved herself that, you know, as a woman, she is just as capable as any other man candidate or man politician to lead a state.
I've heard that she's also, you know, in the early days faced, you know, sort of a backlash from her own party even.
You're precisely right. Her own party comrades questioned her ability because some people said that, you know, as a woman, you know, ironically, she actually doesn't wear a skirt. But as people who wear skirts, they are not fit to be commander-in-chief. So there were sexist comments that were being thrown at her earlier on. But I think, again, TPP has really changed as well throughout time.
You know, it's interesting, Maggie. You know, as I've watched President Tsai in office, I've also thought of Barack Obama as the United States' first Black president. Mm-hmm. A lot of people thought that he became president, and then, you know, we'd be a post-racial society. We would have solved the race issue. Same thing here in Taiwan. People are saying that, you know, we've had Taiwan's first female president, but there's still a lot of work to do in terms of gender parity. We saw the Me Too movement earlier this year. What are your thoughts on that?
And I think Taiwan's Me Too movement got a lot of attention in the United States. Netflix shows about it, and so this is something that I don't think that people should get complacent that just because you've checked the box of having a female president that the work is done. Rather, this is really just something that has to keep being worked at, including the roles of women outside of politics. I'm still, living here. I lived here with my family, and I felt that there were still some traditional gendered roles that were particularly felt by not me as much as my Taiwanese friends. So I just would encourage you that this is a long-term project.
Yeah. What are your thoughts, Sarah?
Yeah, well, I think voters are very smart, right? So I think right now we've been seeing the normalization of women's presence in Taiwanese politics. But I think throughout time in the future, voters will also look beyond the sheer number of women candidates or politicians. Voters will ask, what are these political parties bringing? What are they bringing to the table? What exactly are they proposing in terms of enhancing gender equality in Taiwan?
Now, we don't have an idea yet of how Taiwan's legislative races will go, whether or not the 3 women that we featured in that report will be elected. But I do want to go back to our legislature breakdown as it stands here in Taiwan right now. Let's have a look and see what the different party split looks like here in Taiwan. Can you explain that to us, Leslie?
Sure, Andrew. So we have about the DPP, the ruling DPP right now has a majority of about 63, 64, depending on who you ask, because there's independents who align with the Pan-Green coalition. There's also 3 new power party candidates and about 5 from the TPP. The rest are in the Kuomintang. So Taiwan, especially for President Tsai Ing-wen, she's had a majority over her past 2 terms, which made it very easy for her to push her political plans.
So now we've been hearing from all of our campaign reporters tonight who are stationed at the 3 party headquarters for the main presidential candidates. So we have people at the DPP, the TPP, and the KMT. So that's on our little breakdown here. That's the green. We also have the TPP as the aqua colored, and then the dark blue, that's the KMT. We're hearing that we could see about an even split in terms of the legislative races between the KMT and the DPP, so the 2 main political parties here in Taiwan, with the TPP being the kingmaker of sorts if they get about 10 seats. What are your thoughts on that, Maggie? What can we expect for the next legislative session?
Well, first, I think if you ask President Tsai, I'm guessing she wouldn't say it was ever easy to work with the legislature. I mean, because as we've seen, the intra-party dynamics within the DPP and within the KMT are complicated. So that even if it's the majority, that hasn't been easy. Now, if we have President Lai dealing what it looks like will be not having majority, it's going to be even more complicated. So we're looking to see particularly the role the TPP plays, because Ko Wen-je prides himself in saying he's scientific and he's rational and he's very practical. And so maybe that will make the TPP members of the legislature more open to sort of crossing the aisle and working. But right now, those are more slogans than actually seeing how it works in practice.
All right, very quickly, what will your memories of 2024 elections be 10 years from now? Looking at what we've seen so far tonight, the most memorable thing from this year's election, Sarah?
Oh, that's a really great question. I thought what was really interesting about this election was people's emphasis on the young voters. So I think 10 years from now on, the so-called young voters today, right, they will maybe be a middle age then. So I think it'll be really interesting to see how their voting turnout is 10 years from now on.
All right, Maggie, how about you?
I yesterday hanging out in New Taipei City with Su Chao Hui and with Shelby Kim, and just feeling that grassroots energy. I mean, I think that's something that will stick around.
All right, wonderful. Thank you to both of our panelists, Sarah Liu and Maggie Lewis. Coming up in hour 3 on Taiwan Votes, we'll have 2 more panelists here to talk about the challenges and opportunities for Taiwan's next president. We'd also like to encourage you to visit us at TaiwanPlus.com for all the information you need to know about these candidates and about their policies. Also, you can follow us on social media. Just look for Taiwan Plus News on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. There's a lot more to come here on Taiwan Votes when we continue. Stay tuned.
Thank you for watching Taiwan Plus. For more stories from here in Taiwan and around the world, download the TaiwanPlus app.
我冇打算翻嚟香港㗎啦。我知道自己遲早都要走㗎啦。對我嚟講唔係 yes or no 嘅 question，係 way。
你好耐都見唔到婆婆喎。
你啲錢你值得去花，係為你小朋友將來㗎嘛。
冇啦，你黐線啊，好難租樓㗎。
都冇晒聲氣啦，我寫完啲嘢你去佢睇完之後。
So boring. What would you like to do?
攰啊！
我啲懷疑自己係咪應該喺呢個地方。
我幾時都會還借香港，無論10年、20年。
One Way, coming Saturday, January 20 at 3 p.m. on TaiwanPlus.
When people talk about the Chinese attack on Taiwan,
the general consensus is that it could well be 2027.
Will the U.S. come and help us?
Yes, we have a commitment.
But how? The United States would be there to defend Taiwan.
Take the form of a mutual defense.
美军跟国军并肩作战，有没有可能？
Operation 2027, every Friday, 7 p.m. on TaiwanPlus.
Thank you for watching Taiwan Plus. For more stories from here in Taiwan and around the world, download the TaiwanPlus app.
我冇打算翻嚟香港㗎啦。我知道自己遲早都要走㗎啦。對我嚟講唔係 yes or no 嘅 question，係 way。
你好耐都見唔到婆婆喎。
啲錢你值得去花，係為你小朋友將來㗎嘛。
冇啦，你黐線啊，好難租樓㗎。
都冇晒聲氣啦，我寫完啲嘢你去佢睇完之後。
So boring. What would you like to do?
攰啊！
我啲懷疑自己係咪應該喺呢個地方。
我幾時都會還借香港，無論10年、20年。
One Way, coming Saturday, January 20 at 3 p.m. on TaiwanPlus.
This is Taiwan Votes. I'm Andrew Ryan coming to you from the TaiwanPlus Election Center in downtown Taipei. We're going to go straight to the campaign headquarters of the KMT, where the candidate Hou Youyi is giving a speech. Have a listen.
力挺国民党，我对他充满着感激。谢谢少康，谢谢，谢谢。
Thank you.
谢谢。
Thank you.
我还要再度的谢谢
Once again,
朱主席
I'd like to thank Chairman
以
Chu
及马英九
as well as former President Ma Ying-jeou,
连战副总统，
former Vice President
还有
Lian
萧
Zhan,
万长副总统，
former Vice President Vincent
吴伯
Xiao,
雄主席以及王
Chairman
金
Wu
平，
Boxiong, and also Speaker
在
Wang
他们到了一
Qingping.
定的年龄，
They
仍然
have reached
拖着
a
老迈
certain
的身
age.
躯，
Despite their
给我满满的支持跟鼓
seniority,
励。
they still give me
这
great
份
support
钱
and encouragement.
这瘟疫，
I'm extremely
我永不能
grateful
忘。
to them for their support. I will never forget.
其中我最感恩、
Among
最感
which
谢的，
I'm most
就
grateful
站在我左手边
to
我的金溥聪执行长。
Mr. Jin Pu-chong, my CEO for the campaign office.
在我最困难的时候，
In the greatest
金
difficulties,
执行长
Mr. King
二话不说，兄
has
弟
no
姐妹
doubt he stepped
他
up
跟我毫无
to
渊
support
源
me. He
他
had
是为
no
了守
previous
住
connections
中
with
华
me, but in order to
他
safeguard
只
the
是看
ROC,
不到我们国家的未来。
because
如果
he
让
couldn't
民
see
进
the
党主
future
政
of
会
Taiwan
谈下去，
if DPP
他劫
continues
恶
to
的有
be
志之
corrupt.
士，
He
劫恶的竞选团队的
therefore
所有成员，
gathered all important members for my
来
campaign
面对所有
office
这一
to
场最
face
艰巨的选
this
他
difficult
愿意牺牲
battle.
奉献。
He's willing to
第一，
sacrifice himself and dedicate himself
谢
despite
谢
all the difficulties. So
金执
once
行
again, I would like to thank
今天
Mr.
的
King, CEO of my
选
campaign
举的结果
office.
他还是坚持
Despite the
成
election
功不必
results,
在我，失
he
败
still doesn't
他
want
愿意跟我
to
站在一块。我要在
be
这
the
里
one to
谢
take
谢
the credit, but
金执行
despite the
给我这样
failure,
的
he still wants to stand next to me. So once again, I'd like to thank Mr. King for your sacrifice and contribution. Also, I'd like to thank all of my colleagues and partners in my campaign office. Please do not cry. Please don't be disappointed. You are doing so well. You're doing such a great job. Because of my team members, I'm extremely grateful to all of you. I respect the final decision made by the people of Taiwan. The choice of democracy is to be determined by the people. We need to face the decision made by the people. Then we have to listen to their voices and to move ahead based on people's expectations. Right here, I not only want to congratulate Lai Ching-te, Xiaobi Kim. I also hope that please do not fail Taiwanese people's expectations for the ruling government. Those in power really have to put people's heart in their heart. They have to listen to people's voices. You have to listen to people's voices. During the process of the election, it's extremely fierce. But the most important thing is, I hope different political parties after the election, when facing the challenges faced by Taiwan, we have to stay united. We need to stay united. We do not want to see a Taiwan being divided. Throughout my life, in addition to join the election, the only thing I want to do is to unite Taiwan, unite the ROC, and to unite everyone in Taiwan. This is my sincere hope. I hope that the ruling party as well as all political party, please bear this in mind, especially in this battle. I have strong feelings when Taiwan facing the cross-strait crisis, facing the complicated relations among the US, China, and Taiwan. We really have to face these important issues so the people of Taiwan can live safely. I also hope that in the next 8 years under the DPP government, you have heard people's voices for the last 8 years. I hope that the DPP will build a clean and capable government so the people of Taiwan can see a government that can be trusted. That is the job of the ruling government, and that is our common expectation. Regarding the result of this election, I understand it's really difficult, and we are all disappointed. In the back of the stage, I saw many of my good friends. They're in tears. I can understand, and I really think that we could have done better. This kind of feeling is because we love this piece of land. We love the people of Taiwan. We hope that people in our families, we love the country that raised us up. Of course, we are sad, but we can never be discouraged. We should turn our discouragement into the power to supervise the DPP. And that will be the power for us to make progress. And that is the power to defend the Republic of China. We can never forget.
All right, we're actually going to cut over now where the TPP's Ko Wen-je is also taking the stage. We're going to go straight to his campaign. Sorry, we're not going to go there quite yet. So I want to introduce our guests that are now standing by. We have two panelists. We have Guanyin Liu, the managing editor at Commonwealth Magazine, Carlos Templeman, who is with Stanford University's Hoover Institution. And we're now actually going to go straight to Ko Wen-je at his campaign headquarters.
My fellow countrymen, my supporters, first of all, I'd like to say thank you. In this election, we see the attack from the pro-green and blue camp. We still see so many people trying to help me. Despite the difficulties, now we have come so far. Of course, I would like to thank my campaign team And most importantly, I would like to thank everyone, all of my supporters, the little grass around Taiwan who come out to support me. Thank you so much. This is a civic movement. I'm extremely grateful that people are holding the balloon to go from the north to the south and back to Taipei. Every time when I think of all these supporters waiting for me, taking the street, carrying the balloons, issuing the flyers on my behalf, I think these are the combat forces for me. Once again, I would like to thank everyone. Thank you so much. From you, I can see how the people of Taiwan show their love for the country. I have also confirmed that you are the hope of Taiwan. At least we have successfully shown to the world. In Taiwan, it's not just about KMT and TPP. We have shown to the world that democracy has always been the most important asset of Taiwan. In this election, at least we have set numerous records and miracles in this election. We don't have any banquets or we don't sell the vouchers. We survive on the small donations from everyone. I think this will set a new record and make positive impact on the elections in Taiwan in the future. We have proposed a lot of policies that are conducive to Taiwan's sustainable development in the future. But I believe that there will be more mature plans in the future. We know that the passion for elections are short, but our love for Taiwan and our affection for Taiwan will be everlasting. When we pursue fairness and justice, when we march toward sustainable development, I will never give up. Once again, please do not give up.
因为因为你们始终都是这个国家的未来，
always been the future of Taiwan, and you are the reason why I and the TPP can keep fighting. This time, TPP has already become a key opposition party. Right here, on behalf as the chairperson of the TPP, once again, I would like to say thank you. Thank you for your support. Every vote shows your recognition and support for us. This is the first time that despite DPP and KMT's competition, we have seen the third force coming through. It means that we need voices outside of DPP and KMT, and this voice will become the new direction for Taiwan. Democratic politics, as an opposition party, we need to supervise the government. We are the conscience of the people. So please do not give up, because I will never give up. TPP will never give up. We are always here. Let's keep being the conscience of Taiwan. We will be your support. We will be your backbone. My dear fellow countrymen, TPP would like to promise that we will never fail your expectations. We will keep fighting. We will keep our belief. We will keep safeguarding our country and our future. Tonight, I believe we are all very sad, but we don't have the time to be sad because Taiwan will keep marching ahead, so we also need to keep fighting. We will not give up because of the frustration. As long as here we are in Taiwan, as long as you hanging there, as long as you do not give up, then we have no reasons to give up. Tomorrow, in the morning, I will still go to work at 7:30 in the morning. I asked Huang Shan, maybe we should take a day off tomorrow, and she said, well, you still need to have a seat in the legislative yet, and definitely there will be the time for our new legislators to take office. So, although tomorrow is Sunday, we still need to go to work at 7:30 in the morning. Tonight, you can be frustrated. Tomorrow when you woke up, please cheer yourself up because we need to keep fighting for our future. Because we have only one Taiwan. At the end of the day, our future rests upon ourselves. As long as we keep fighting in the next 4 years, I believe that we will win greater recognition. We will become more united. Next time, we will become the ruling party. We will win back the country. This is the most beautiful thing about democracy. As long as we stay brave and move ahead, we will be able to realize our dreams. Let's just keep fighting despite all odds, against all odds. For me, in the last 10 years, whether I was the mayor or during the election, I always see these efforts as the way to change the society. As this movement has not been successful, we have to keep fighting. But please don't be frustrated. After all, we have taken the first step towards success. We will keep working hard. 4 years later, I believe you will be able to vote for me. You will be able to vote for TPP. Tomorrow, when the sun rises, let us keep fighting for our country. Someday, we will win our own victory. Thank you very much.
你们会不会放弃？你们会不会放弃？
Tell me, will you give up? No.
台湾民众党有没有输？
So has TPP lost? No.
明天开始，
Starting tomorrow, the sun will rise. Next morning, Ko Wen-je will go to work at 7:30. You can see everyone on the stage. They will keep fighting, keep working hard. Tell me once again. Tell me once again. What is your choice? Ko Wen-je.
Okay, so we have two concession speeches from the two main opposition candidates for president there, which means that we're looking at a win for the current vice president, Lai Ching-te. Right now, he's going into an international press conference. He's expected to take the stage soon. Once he does that, we will cross live again. Thank you for that translation, Betty.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Glad it wasn't me. We're going to go straight to Leslie for a look at the vote count as it stands. Leslie.
All right, Andrew. So if those two concession speeches told us anything, is that today's decision has been definitive, and the trend that has been sustained all night is pretty much the same. Lai Ching-te holding steady at 40%, Hou You-yi 33%, and Ko Wen-je at 26%. But you'll notice that Lai Ching-te did not capture a majority of voters, which he did not get over 50%. And that is very similar to something that happened back in 2020. I mean, 2000, excuse me, I'm sorry. 2000. Back in 2000, it was a five-way race. Five-way race between two independent candidates, the New Power Party, the Kuomintang, and the DPP. One independent candidate in the New Power Party combined for less than 1%. I want to focus on here, the KMT and the independent candidate, whom you know now as the PFP chairman, James Song. Back then, James Song was an offshoot of the KMT. He did not garner the KMT nomination, so he came out and ran as an independent, and he kind of split that vote. What's really interesting, though, is that we can see that the percentages are almost similar. Are almost exactly the same as this time around. The DPP with 40%. Back then it was Chen Shui-bian. This time it's Lai Ching-te, 23%, more reflective of how the TPP performed this time with Ko Wen-je. And then you also have the independent candidate who was a little closer with James Song. James Song, who called it really, really close. So this is kind of history repeating itself in the last significant three-way race that Taiwan saw.
All right, so we are looking at the vote count here. I'm just actually looking at the website for Commonwealth Magazine, which is where you're the managing editor, Guang Yin, and we're showing 39 seats in the legislature for the Kuomintang and 38 for the DPP, and the remainder, it looks like, is going to be the party seats. Of course, we're still counting the votes. We don't have an answer yet, but I want to get a reaction from both my guests. We also are here with Karis Templeman from the Hoover Institution at Stanford University. Welcome to you both. Thank you for joining me. Let's start off with you, Karis. Watching the two concession speeches, what are your thoughts about democracy in Taiwan tonight?
Well, it was very quick. I mean, we're polls closed at 4, we're on at 8, and we have a decision already. So this is a very quick, efficient democracy, I'd say.
Are you surprised to see? I mean, I think this might be the earliest that we've seen results for the presidency, but particularly surprising considering this year there were 3 candidates for president. They were all polling quite closely ahead of the 10-day cutoff point when you're not allowed to talk about opinion polls. Still possibly anybody's race at that point, but now we have an answer. So surprised to see an early answer.
Yeah, and I guess I'm a little surprised at just how accurate those opinion polls were, at least the houses that we really trusted. And so the numbers here line up very closely with the My Formosa poll that was doing daily polling, and that most of us outside of Taiwan were paying the closest attention to. And they nailed it. And I was a little skeptical that they had nailed it, but in the end, the 3 numbers here actually line up almost exactly with what they were finding in their polls.
How about you, Guangying? Are you surprised to see the results that we're seeing now tonight?
Yeah, actually a little surprised because we finished voting at 4, and I think at 6 people already like, oh, the results have been called. And I have my friends in the petrochemical industry messaging me like crying face and stuff. So I was really surprised at how efficient vote counting went. But just like what Karis said, I think the poll numbers were really accurate. And watching the concession speeches, I have some feelings to share. I really felt that Taiwan's democracy has really matured. And I was really happy to see that both of them were like in very good spirits, and they did not criticize anyone. They say that we have to keep fighting, we have to be the supervising forces. And I think it's a good result to see. I'm pretty reassured.
As an American, Taiwan looks like an extremely healthy democracy. I don't know if you share that, Karis, that feeling?
Yeah, in many ways it does. I will note one thing about the legislature, which is it looks like we're only going to have 3 parties in the legislature going forward. And the parties are the big blue party, the big green party, and then this party in the muddled middle that doesn't have a whole lot of clear values or stances on anything. And so there is a kind of lack of social voices that aren't on that green-blue spectrum in the new parliament. And I think that might be actually a source of some concern about the health of Taiwan's democracy.
That used to be one of the strengths of Taiwan's democracy, seeing a lot of smaller parties, especially when the legislature was much larger, when it was 225 seats as opposed to 113 as we have now. There was a lot of opportunity for different voices to appear. Guangying, what do you think about the future of blue-white cooperation? Of course, by blue-white cooperation, I mean cooperation between the 2 opposition parties whose candidates both spoke on stage. Originally, there was, talking about working together, on the same ticket, even running together. But then that kind of failed, and they went on to working together on legislative elections. Now, do you think they're going to work together in the legislature?
Well, I think they definitely will. I'm not a political expert, but this brings to mind what I saw in Berlin in 2017. When I was there, I think the election result also resulted in like a Jamaica coalition. So I think Ko before the election was talking about a coalition government. So I'm really looking forward to see what will come out of the proposed coalition government. But I think going forward for the ruling party DPP, it's an unprecedented success, I would say, because never before did we have a party that's winning 3 consecutive elections. So I think this has shown that DPP's direction is recognized by most people, and that maybe it's time to really bring about real reforms, the difficult reforms like healthcare, labor insurance, and really sustainability reforms, because I think when they have the mandate, maybe they could really bring about difficult changes.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Taiwan is one of the first of more than 60 countries that will hold elections representing about 4 billion people this year. Now, you've both witnessed many elections here in Taiwan. How are you feeling about like the veracity of the results, the state of democracy in Taiwan? I know that, you know, we talked prior to the election day, and you said that you felt very strongly about the fact that these results are clear and definitive, and that you don't think that there should be any question about tampering with the vote, about influence affecting the results.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of Taiwan's greatest strengths as a democracy, the way they count the vote. So I was just over at a polling place to observe the count, and every time, every 4 years when I do this, it's really powerful to see that count. It's done in the open. In fact, there was a big crowd that had gathered around the polling station before they opened it up, and I was like, are they just sitting here waiting? Are they just hanging out and chatting with each other? And no, they all wanted to come in and actually see the count. And then of course, once 4 o'clock rolls around, they close the polls. People come in, and then you can actually start to observe the count. And very quickly, you get a sense of the trends as well. And so within about 15 minutes, I had a good sense of how the presidency was going to go. And I was in Lord Zheng's district in Banqiao, and he was neck and neck with his opponent there. And I particularly picked a precinct that was very closely divided. And so I had a good sense that that race was going to be close too. And I bring this up because any Taiwanese citizen and any foreign observer can do this in any polling station in Taiwan. You are effectively a volunteer election monitor, and you can go in and watch that. And so if you have any doubt about the veracity of the election, just go observe the counting. It's a remarkably transparent and open process.
Now, I know that you follow the elections in other countries as well. As I mentioned, there are going to be 60 plus countries that will have elections this year. How does Taiwan's democracy compare to other countries in the region, other countries around the world?
Yeah, well, it's not that old. We're talking 30 years since the beginning, really, of the democratic era. But it's a really high quality democracy in a lot of ways. The fact that we've just had, 2 concession speeches. There was no attacks on the winner. There was no attempt to question the legitimacy of the winner. It's surprising there was no mention of China in either of those concession speeches, right? People talk about Taiwan being deeply polarized and divided on the China factor. And one thing about this election that really struck me is how kind of calm, even subdued people were about the stakes here. And so in one sense, that's a sign that Taiwan's democracy is maturing.
There was one comment, I think it was in the KMT speech, in which they accused the DPP of being corrupt.
Yes.
Did I caught that? That was
Yes.
the one thing that I heard that sounded like, there was maybe a bit of an accusation or an attack. But aside from that, yeah, it seemed like, people were willing to concede when it looked like they needed to concede. And right now we are waiting to see when Lai Ching, the current vice president, will take the stage for presumably to give a victory speech in front of a party-like atmosphere at the DPP election headquarters. Now, Taiwan's next president is going to be facing a lot of challenges in the run-up to the elections. We sent our reporters all over Taiwan, even to the outlying islands, to ask older voters what they are concerned about. And I want to play some of their comments just to launch a conversation about some of the challenges that Taiwan's next president, Lai Ching, is going to face. Here's what those voters had to say.
在乎的就是从基层的，基层就是在市场的市集方面做生意的人，他如果生意好，一定会往上，经济会越来越好。如果做生意的人就没饭吃的时候，就会觉得说经济就不好。
台湾的话，我觉得那进步还不够，对，因为像台北虽然交通很方便，可是别的县市 还没有像台中啊、台南啊，都还没有进步上来。那变成说它的观光啊，都没办法提升这样子。
我因为年纪大了，希望当选的人重视老人的福利了。我没有政党的观念的，只要说对老人方面有提出来的东西，我们就投他了，就这样。
我最在乎的是经济的问题，还有政局的安定。像那个以色列啦，还有那个俄乌他们战争，其实都是民不聊生。那我们看到那样的画面，其实是觉得很心痛的。希望我们的国家未来是更安定，政治平稳，才有安定的经济，大家才有好的生活。
那我蛮在乎我们的未来，我们的下一代的他们的，比如说少子化呀。家庭的政策啊，或是未来的教育的走向啊，等等，这些倒是我蛮在乎的。
应该会跟小孩子的未来很有关系啊。这次的选举欠缺的，我觉得教育啊，还有司法的这个部分，司法正义啊，小孩子的教育、双语教育，我觉得这些都很欠缺，在国内需要再加强改进这样。
Guangying was saying while we were watching that Taiwanese voters are very hard to please, aren't they? Absolutely. We've been talking to a lot of voters, not just here in Taipei, but also in Kaohsiung, Tainan, Xiaoliuqiu, Jinmen. We've been all over canvassing the country, asking people what they think that Taiwan needs to do or what they want their future president to do. Karis, what is the single biggest challenge for Lai Ching-te when he takes the presidency?
I'm going to say China. I know it's cliche, but I think the China challenge is always the biggest challenge for a Taiwan president. And in Lai's case, it's particularly daunting simply because the CCP in Beijing has made very clear that they don't trust Lai. He's a DPP member. They certainly couldn't work with Tsai Ing-wen for the last 8 years. And so unless something radically changes in Tsai's rhetoric and actions, they're not going to work with him either. And so we're set up for another 4 years of pretty challenging cross-strait relations, I think.
Now, Guangying, you've been looking at a lot of different things that people are worried about. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that? There was a Commonwealth report that you worked on.
Right. Thank you, Andrew. So for Commonwealth Magazine, we're a business magazine. So we pay attention to how business communities think about the upcoming year. So late last year, we did a survey of 2,000 largest companies in Taiwan. We want to know what their hopes and fears are for the upcoming year.
And these are local companies, or these international companies in Taiwan?
Most of them are local companies, but also international companies are included.
Okay.
So the results are very interesting. If you could see the number, over 60% of the companies surveyed say they fear a war conflict with China within the next 5 years.
We actually can look at Leslie's screen over here. We have the numbers here on his screen. Can we focus on that? And Guangying can talk about those numbers there.
Right, yeah. So the results of the survey show that over 60% are worried about conflict with China within the next 5 years, which was very surprising for us, actually. Because that's a pretty high number within the business community. When we did the similar survey of everyone, normal people, I think it was much lower than that. So we could see that the business communities were rather worried. And there are also other numbers in the survey we could talk about. For example, the one with the priorities for the next president.
I'm actually going to hold on that. We're going to go straight to a commercial. When we come back in just a moment, we're going to be talking about those numbers, plus nuclear energy, which I think is one of the biggest concerns about people here in Taiwan. One of the things the next president is going to have to work on. All that and more when Taiwan Votes continues.
This month's top hits on TaiwanPlus.
China has deployed naval ships near Taiwan. Strikes on Taiwan.
When people talk about the Chinese attack on Taiwan.
The general consensus is that it could well be 2027.
Delving into the Chinese threat from a Taiwanese perspective. Learn how egg crisis and lobster smuggling reveal the political conundrums Taiwan is facing.
我冇打算翻嚟香港㗎啦。我幾時都會話啫，係咪？無論10年、20年。
有啲懷疑自己係咪應該喺呢個地方。
Follow Hong Kong immigrants on their journey of loss and hope.
Wenn ich jetzt nur in Anführungszeichen Komponist wäre, ich glaube, ich würde verrückt werden.
Witness the art life of musician Jörg Widman. More original programs exclusively on TaiwanPlus.
This is Taiwan Votes. I'm Andrew Ryan coming to you from the TaiwanPlus Election Center in downtown Taipei. In just a moment, we're going to be checking in with our reporters at the election headquarters. But first, let's go straight to Leslie Liao with the latest results.
Andrew, I'm here just to remind you of how the night panned out, and we pretty much have the decision for Taiwan's next president, which is the ruling Democratic Progressive Party and Vice President Lai Ching-te. He came out on top with about 40%. Hou You-yi of the main opposition Kuomintang came out with 33%. Lai Ching-te had about 5.5 million votes. Hou You-yi trailed behind with about 1 million, behind by 1 million at 4.5. Cohen's was about 3.6 million. This is with 98% of the polling stations counted.
Okay, we're going to go live now to Rick Glowert at the election headquarters of the ruling Democratic Progressive Party. Rick, what's the latest?
Well, the crowd is going wild here outside the Democratic Progressive Party's headquarters in central Taiwan. The voting numbers for their candidate Lai Ching-te just keep on rising. We're over 5 million now. There's been a slight lull in the energy here as we're now waiting for Lai Ching-te to speak to the international press. He's scheduled to hold a press conference in just a few minutes. Then he'll probably come out in front of us on the stage here. It's impossible to tell the numbers here because the streets, the crowd goes back far on the street that we're on and to either side. But there's thousands of people here and they're all chanting Lai Ching-te's name. Andrew.
All right, thanks, Rick. We're going to go live now to Joyce Tseng at the election headquarters of the main opposition party, the Kuomintang or KMT. Joyce, what's the latest there?
Hi, Andrew. It's a solemn mood here at the KMT camp as moments ago, their presidential pick, Hou You-yi, conceded the race. In his speech, he apologized to his supporters for disappointing them and thanked them for standing by his side. He also congratulated the DPP's Lai Ching-te and Bi Kim-hsiao and wished them well. Now, it was still a modest crowd, but while they were listening to Hou speak, many were cheering and waving their national flags, some even breaking into tears. The KMT really struggling to drum up the momentum here tonight, never really being able to fill the seats here, which they're now packing up. Andrew.
Joyce, what factors might have hurt Hou's campaign this year?
Well, Andrew, it's safe to say there was quite a lot of drama this election cycle, which could have hurt Hou You-yi and the KMT's bid for presidency. I mean, there was the short-lived independent bid from Foxconn founder Terry Guo. His supporter base largely overlapped with Hou. Some people were looking forward to an opposition coalition between the KMT and TPP, and that dramatic collapse hurt some public confidence. Still, despite all of that, Hou's message to the people tonight is that now is the time for unity for Taiwan, but it's hard to ignore the disappointment in the air here as some supporters were truly convinced that the KMT could have pulled off the presidency tonight. Back to you, Andrew.
All right, thank you so much. That was Joyce Tseng coming to us from the opposition Kuomintang or KMT's election headquarters in New Taipei City. We're going to go live now to our reporter Louise Watt, who is standing by at the election headquarters of the opposition Taiwan People's Party. Louise, what's the latest there?
Most people here at TPP campaign headquarters have gone home, but there is still a hardcore group of supporters that are flocking around the headquarters, the campaign door, because Cohen is still in there giving a press conference at the moment. A few moments ago, he was on stage giving his concession speech. He said his message was one of, we're not going to give up. he may have lost the presidency, but the party he founded, the Taiwan People's Party, has proved, he said, that it can break Taiwan's two-party dominated system. And he says it's the first time in Taiwan's legislative history that a third party has made such gains to the and two parties, neither of them have a majority. So basically he said to his supporters, if you don't give up, we won't give up. And I have to say, most of the evening, the atmosphere here was quite downbeat. But as soon as Ko and Ja arrived here, the atmosphere turned to one of almost electrifying. Everyone was standing up. They gave him an ovation. They were chanting his name. So I think it's safe to say he still has a lot of support among the TPP supporters, even though he didn't win tonight.
So, Louise, can you give us an idea of what kind of a candidate was Ko?
Ko was quite an unpredictable character. I mean, he rose to fame for most of the international attention, I would say, when he became Taipei mayor. And he was backed in his bid to become Taipei mayor by the DPP. And then during his time, he was in office for 2 terms. He was seen to align more with the KMT. So he was quite inconsistent. And he also gave a lot of comments that were seen as controversial, particularly misogynistic comments. And actually a good group of his supporters, a lot were young male supporters. But that said, it was young people in general that he attracted during this election campaign. His message was one of change, and he tapped into the frustrations of particularly young people. They couldn't buy a home. They didn't see any great job opportunities. And tonight they said, you know, they still seem to show fervent support for him and his party. So, you know, as Kerr said, we'll carry on if you do. And he finished by saying the words that he said when he first got elected as Taipei mayor, which is, I'm still going to work tomorrow morning, which means even though he's lost the presidency, he still has a party to lead. And that party now is going to have more seats in the legislature. Andrew.
All right, thank you so much. Again, that was Louise Watt coming to us from the TPP election event tonight in New Taipei City. We're going to go to a commercial. When we come back, we're expecting that Vice President Lai Ching-te, who is, I guess now President-elect Lai Ching-te, is going to be making a speech. That and more when we return on Taiwan Votes. Looks like we are actually going to go straight to that speech where Lai Ching-te has now taken the stage.
The 16th ROC President and Vice President and the 17th Legislature election has been completed today.
16th presidential and vice presidential elections, as well as 11th legislative elections, have concluded today.
感谢台湾人民共同写下了民主的新页，并向世界展现了对民主体制的珍惜。这是我们永不放弃的坚持。
I want to thank the Taiwanese people for writing a new chapter in our democracy. We have shown the world how much we cherish our democracy. This is our unwavering commitment.
我要感谢两位对手所展现的民主风度，我刚刚也分别接受了他们恭贺的电话。我也要恭喜他们所领导的政党在国会席次中的斩获，期待未来能够为国家团结合作。
I want to thank the other 2 candidates for demonstrating the spirit of democracy. I just received their phone calls and accepted their congratulations. I also want to congratulate the parties they represent for increasing their number of seats in the legislature. I look forward to working together in unity for the future of our country.
作为2024世界大选年最瞩目的第一场大选，台湾缔造了民主阵营的第一场胜利。
As one of the first and most highly anticipated elections of 2024, Taiwan has achieved a victory for the community of democracies.
这场胜利有3个重大的意义。
We see today's results as having 3 main points of significance.
第一个意义， 台湾告诉全世界，在民主和威权之间，我们选择站在民主这一边。中华民国台湾会继续和国际民主盟友并肩同行。
First, we are telling the international community that between democracy and authoritarianism, we will stand on the side of democracy. The Republic of China, Taiwan will continue to walk side by side with democracies from around the world.
第二个意义，台湾人民用行动成功抵御外部势力的介入，因为我们相信自己的总统自己选。
Second, through our actions, the Taiwanese people have successfully resisted efforts from external forces to influence this election. We trust that only the people of Taiwan have the right to choose their own president.
第三个意义，在三组候选人中，赖萧配得到最多的支持，代表国家会继续走在正确的路上，不会转向，更不会走回头路。
Third, in between three groups of candidates, we received the most support, meaning that the country will continue to walk on the right path forward. We will not turn around or look backwards.
我们要感谢蔡英文总统和执政团队的伙伴们，8年来尽心尽力，为台湾的改革与建设打下了深厚的基础。
We want to thank President Tsai and the entire governing team for their unfaltering efforts over the past 8 years. They have established a solid foundation for Taiwan's reform and development.
赖清德和萧美琴将在这个基础上加倍努力，让国家稳健前行，让人民过好日子。
On this foundation, Xiaobi Kim and myself, we will work even harder to move the country steadily forward and enhance the well-being of the people.
然而，在国会选举，民进党没有维持过半的席次，这代表我们努力不够，的确有要虚心检讨的地方。
On the legislative elections, the DPP did not hold on to a majority. This means that we did not work hard enough, and there are areas where we must humbly review and look back on.
选举结果告诉我们，人民期待有能力的政府和有效力的制衡。这新的民意，我们充分理解，完全尊重。
The elections have told us that the people expect an effective government as well as strong checks and balances. We fully understand and respect these opinions from the public.
面对新的国会结构，台湾必须走向沟通、协商、参与、合作的政治。我要在此表达：第一，我会深入研议两位对手的政见和主张，只要是福国利民、符合国家发展需要的，我都会纳入施政方针。
As for the new structure of the legislature, Taiwan must build a political environment of communication, consultation, participation, and cooperation. As a result, I hereby declare, first, I will carefully study the policies and positions of my two electoral opponents, as long as they bring benefit to the people and further our national development, they will be incorporated into my policy framework.
第二，未来的人事布局，我会秉持民主大联盟的精神，不分党派，用人为才，也欢迎各界推荐专业人才，一起为国家发展来努力。
Second, in terms of personnel appointments, I will act in accordance with the spirit of a democratic alliance by bringing in talent from different political parties. We will welcome recommendations from a variety of professional fields to work together for our national development.
第三， 未来的施政，各党派有共识的议题，我们优先处理；还没有共识，也没有急迫性的，让我们搁置争议，持续沟通。
Third, in terms of future governance, we will prioritize issues that have consensus between political parties. On issues that have not yet reached consensus and are not urgent, we will work to set aside differences while maintaining clear lines of communication.
第四，期待解决的重大议题，例如劳保、健保的财务永续，我会建立政策沟通平台，来扩大讨论基础，广纳民意参与，跨越政党鸿沟，寻求社会的最大公约数。
Fourth, for major issues that must be resolved with urgency, such as the financial sustainability of the labor and health insurance or our energy transition, we will use national conferences or other forms of policy platforms to expand the basis for discussion, invite public participation, bridge political divides, and build consensus in society.
维持台海的和平稳定，是我担任总统的重要使命。我将依照中华民国的宪政体制，不卑不亢，维持现状。在对等尊严的前提下，用交流取代围堵，对话取代对抗，自信地和中国展开交流合作，增进两岸人民的福祉，达到和平共荣的目标。然而，面对中国的文攻武吓，我也有守护台湾的决心。
As president, I have an important responsibility to maintain peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. I will act in accordance with our democratic and free constitutional order in a manner that is balanced and maintains the cross-strait status quo. Under the principles of dignity and parity, we will use exchanges to replace obstructionism, dialogue to replace confrontation, and confidently pursue exchanges and cooperation with China. This furthers the well-being of people on both sides of the Taiwan Strait and achieves our objective of peace and common prosperity. At the same time, we are also determined to safeguard Taiwan from continuing threats and intimidation from China.
我要再次感谢台湾人民选择了赖萧配，我们深感荣幸，也必定全力以赴，不辜负所托。
Finally, I want to again thank the people of Taiwan. We are honored that you choose Lai Ching-te and Xiaobi Kim, and we will strive to uphold this responsibility.
选举已经结束，所有选战中的冲突和激情应该要到此为止。2300万人民都是一家人，让我们继续携手团结合作，推动国家继续往前。谢谢大家。
The elections have concluded today. All the conflicts and passions that were expressed during the campaign should also come to an end. The 23 million people of Taiwan are all one big family. Let us continue to work together with unity in order to move this country forward. Thank you.
这是胜选之后的第一场记者会，稍后我们要邀请提问的媒体能够先举手之后表达自己所属的代表媒体，再说名字，紧接着再进行提问。首先第一题。
Before we begin the first question, I would just like to make a quick clarification on a mistranslation that was made. 中华民国的宪政体制 means the ROC constitutional framework. This was mistranslated during the English part of the translation. Now let us begin with the first question. So if you could again, please state your name as well as the media outlet that you represent.
All right, that again was an international press conference that the now president-elect Lai Ching-te, the current vice president, President-to-be was holding, I guess he's going to be making a victory speech a little bit later on. But first, I want to get your reaction to his speech there, Kars. There was a moment where he was talking about China.
Yeah, he said something, or rather, he didn't say something that was really important there. He did not repeat a lot of the language that Tsai Ing-wen has used to describe the cross-strait relationship, and he kept it pretty vague. And I think that was probably a good strategy. He's keeping his options open to potentially craft a new set of at least talking points or principles to engage with the other side of the strait.
What was your takeaway, Guang Ying, watching him speak there?
Yeah, I think my biggest takeaway is the message on unity and collaboration with the opposition parties. So I think this time the DPP has a diminished proportion of the votes compared with last election. So I think it's really important to really say it out loud out there. Like, I'm willing to work with the opposition parties. If your policies are really good for the country's long-term development, I will take those policies. So I think it's a good direction. It's almost like a concession in a way, which is something that I didn't hear before. So I find it very positive.
Something a little bit more humbling, I guess. We're looking at 40% of the vote going to Lai Ching, the current vice president. That means that 60% of voters did not vote for him. We're going to cross live now to Rick Glauert, who's at the election headquarters of the ruling Democratic Progressive Party. Rick, what's the reaction there to Lai's speech?
Well, there's a rare moment of quiet here outside the Democratic Progressive Party's headquarters. Everyone is listening to Lai Ching-te making his first remarks as the next president of Taiwan. He said he'd spoken to both of his opponents. They had conceded the election. He also said that this election, his win, showed a number of things. One of them, he said, is that it tells the international community that they chose democracy over authoritarianism, and that Taiwan has resisted external forces that tried to influence this election. There was a lot of jubilation, a lot of shouting Lai Ching-te's name and "Hello, Mr. President," as he arrived here outside the headquarters of the Democratic Progressive Party. Now everyone's listening to what he has to say, a bit more about his vision for his presidency. Andrew.
Thanks, Rick. Now, again, that was Rick Glauert that was speaking to us from the DPP's election event in Taipei tonight. Of course, a lot of celebration there. I do want to go back to our two panelists to talk a little bit more about what the future holds for Taiwan. Now, as I mentioned, the next president has only had 60% of voters voting for him. Kars, what does that mean for the next 4 years?
Well, I think...
Sorry, 40% of voters voting for him,
right.
60% voting for someone else. What do the next 4 years look like?
Well, it's sneaky hard to win a third term as a ruling party in a lot of democracies. And so on the one hand, this is the DPP actually performing pretty well against baseline expectations. But on the other hand, you know, they're way down from where Tsai Ing-wen was in terms of vote share and simple raw number of votes. Tsai was over 8 million last time. Lai hasn't hit 6 even in this election. So it suggests some real disillusion with the DPP. The KMT as well is way down from where they were. And so Ko Wen-je's rise as a third-party candidate has really provided an opportunity for a lot of people to cast a protest vote against both parties. And the real kind of wild card, as we've been saying the whole election, is what happens to the TPP and Ke and how they evolve or devolve as a political force.
What do you think is going to happen to TPP and Ke? You know, this time around, we had 2 change candidates. And both those change candidates lost the election. Can Lai Ching-te be a change president? And what happens to those other 2 change candidates?
Right. I think Lai is a continuity candidate, and as we can see that, I think he's going to continue with the policies that was laid out for the past 8 years. As for the TPP, I do think they're going to emerge as a force to be reckoned with. Yeah.
All right. Well, so many questions remain to be answered. We're going to be talking a lot more about this in the coming days. I want to thank both of my panelists, Guang Ying Liu and also Kars Templeman, for joining us today. Please join the conversation online. You can leave a comment below our live streams on Facebook and on YouTube. Just look for TaiwanPlus News. Now, we're going to be talking about this more in the coming days, having more reports for you, explaining everything that's happened. Also, we're going to have more coming to you, another live hour of broadcasting, and that's going to be in Taiwan Connects. Stay tuned for more coming your way.
and abiding by my belief in a democratic alliance, we will receive recommendations and accept recommendations from various sectors, and we welcome any Expat to assist us in building a better society.
Now let's go to the international press, the third question. In the interest of time, if you can please keep your question short. Now, since I had mentioned Reuters accidentally in the last one, I'd like to invite Emo from Reuters to ask the next question.
Sir Lai, you have made it very loud and clear that you follow President Tsai's stable and cautious cross-strait policy and that you will not change the status quo. But during the past years, 8 years, we have also seen that President Tsai has repeatedly offered dialogues and goodwill with Beijing, but those efforts were rejected. So we would like to know how exactly will you do President Tsai to demonstrate your goodwill, and what exactly will you do to really engage and restart dialogue with Beijing? And if unfortunately those efforts were rejected by China again, you have a plan B.
首先，我是来自路透社的Eno，非常恭喜赖总统当选人。那么您在过去这段时间不断的强调会维持这个蔡总统过去这一段时间的两岸政策，继续维持一个稳定的这个不躁进的两岸政策，而且也不改变现状。但是我们在过去这8年也看到，虽然蔡总统在很多不同的场合都展现了这个善意，并且也愿意和北京当局对话，但是都遭到北京当局的拒绝。所以我想要请教您，相较于蔡总统过去的做法，您会用什么样子不同的做法来展现出您的善意呢？要具体而言，怎么样子才能够主起和北京当局的对话？那如果又再次被拒绝的话，您有没有另外的这个计划？
好，谢谢你哈。过去8年来，蔡英文总统在外交、国防、两岸的稳健领导，是深受国际社会的肯定。未来我也将依据中华民国宪政体制，推动两岸的事务，希望未来两岸都能够回到健康有序的交流。当然，也一定说，蔡英文总统这8年来持续不断的试图，但很可惜，中国并没有给予应有的回应。那我们也希望在未来新的形势之下，中国也能够体认到和平是符合双方的利益。台海的稳定更是世界安全跟台湾的必要因素。中国也能够体认到，他也有责任，大家共同来促进台湾的利益。
Thank you for your question. In the past few years, President Tsai had a very steady foreign policy and national defense policy. Her way of doing things has received recognition from the international community. So, therefore, according to the constitutional order of the Republic of China, I will conduct cross-strait affairs according to that system, so that cross-strait relations can return to a healthy and sustainable way of exchanges. Of course, as we said, President Tsai has been extending goodwill many times in the past 8 years. However, China did not provide the response that should have been there. So in the future, we hope that China will recognize the new situation and understand that only peace benefits both sides of the strait. In addition, the global peace and stability depends upon the peace and stability of the Taiwan Strait. Therefore, we hope that
China will understand the situation because China also has a responsibility.
是的，继续我们第3题，邀请中央社的素萍。你刚刚说，中央社的记者素萍，当时说希望跟其他党团结合作，不过因为现在目前看起来就是不会是3党过半，那你首先要面对的是2月1号的协议，那接下来是不是会争取反运？的政府动跟这一党合作的空间吗？因为之前哪怕有说他们要合作，但韩国也会当立法院长，那对这点怎么看？然后另外距离50的阶段，其实还有4个月的时间，这段时间有没有哪些要优先的用一下？然后最后来一个比较轻松的，就是可以看一下现实的题目之后，看一下有想要优先做什么。
好，谢谢。我刚刚在致辞的时候已经有跟大家报告，就这次台湾人民决定要有一个有能力的政府，以及一个有效率监督的国会。我身为总统领导国家，必须要尊重这样的理念。所以未来不仅仅我会打造开放政府、公开透明以外，也会跟在野党进行沟通、交流、参与、合作，来解决台湾所面临的各项重大问题。第二个是，我现在还是副总统，在国2年之前，我还是副总统的身份，所以我还有副总统的工作必须要尽职的完成。那当然，我也是总统专员，在未来几个月里面，最重要的工作应该是寻找人才，然后组成好的政府，来服务台湾人民。
So the question was from Ms. Yen from CNA, and the question was in 3 parts. First of all, we talked about working with the opposition parties. However, it seems now that neither party, or none of the 3 parties, will command a majority in the Legislative Yuan. But these legislatures will soon assume their offices on the 1st of February, and we have heard from both the Blue and White Caps that they will probably try and nominate Mr. Han Kuo-yu to be the Speaker of the Legislative Yuan. What are your views? The second question had to do with the inauguration is on May 20th, so there's still 4 months to go. So what are some of the priorities? What kind of policies would you prioritize until you are inaugurated? And the third question was about your thoughts for these past few months. And President-elect Lai answered, number 1, the most important theme for Taiwan, the clearest message from the Taiwanese people during this election cycle is that they want a competent government, but also a very strong check and balance. So, as the president, of course, we need to respect, it is our responsibility to respect the opinions of the Taiwanese people. Therefore, we will form an open and transparent government, and I will continue to communicate, exchange ideas, involve the opposition parties, and cooperate with them to solve the major issues. Second, for the second question, of course, I'm only going to be inaugurated on the 20th of May, but now I'm still Vice President, so there are jobs to do. And of course, I will fulfill those obligations, but also as the president-elect, I think my priority would be finding the talents that would help me form the best government to serve the Taiwanese people.
由于时间的关系，我们的国际胜选记者会到这里结束提问。我们邀请未来的总统和副总统能够跟媒体们挥挥手，让大家留下这个历史经典一刻的照片。这是台湾民选史上第一。
You're definitely right. Beijing has made it explicitly clear that it does not regard the Democratic Progressive Party as a valid interlocutor. And particularly, Bi Kim-xiao has sparked ire of Beijing. She has been officially sanctioned by China. So I believe that tensions in the Taiwan Strait are going to remain high. But as you mentioned, it was China that cut off official communications with the Tsai administration. So I wouldn't necessarily say that there is much room for the relationship to further deteriorate, given that we are already experiencing lack of communication. What I do expect, however, is that China might intensify its gray zone operations vis-a-vis Taiwan. So what we mean by gray zone operations are efforts to influence Taiwanese publics that are short of full kinetic conflict. So we might expect more aircraft violating Taiwan's air defense identification zone. We might expect more efforts at economic coercion in especially politically important sectors like agriculture. We might expect more efforts at psychological warfare and disinformation.
Okay, so very quickly as we head towards break, do you expect the Lai administration to change the way it deals with Beijing? Do you expect more of the Lai administration trying to reach out, or will maintain the current path that the previous administration has taken?
I expect the Lai administration to continue the strategy of diversification of Taiwan's political and economic relations. And that's why I think that speaking from a European perspective, Lai victory is good news for Brussels because it presents a window of opportunity for strengthening Taiwan-Europe relations. When it comes to cross-strait relations specifically, I think that we have to bear in mind that it takes two. There are two partners in this relation, and President Tsai has made it explicitly clear that she was open to dialogue with Beijing as long as it was based on respect. And I believe that Lai will keep the door open for Beijing to renew dialogue with Taipei. Whether Beijing takes the offer remains to be seen.
Right, of course. Thank you very much. Marcin, I understand you will be with us throughout the whole program. Thank you very much for that analysis, and we will be speaking to you later during the special edition of Taiwan Connect. But do join us after the break when we'll look at how Taiwan's biggest allies, the US and Japan, are reacting to these elections.
On Done Taiwan Speak Up, we make you a part of the conversation. I can't stand girls with a guy best friend.
Really?
I'm still wondering if it sounds Taiwanese enough.
It's very complicated.
I have to hide my schedule every time.
Really? Why?
It's about freedom of speech.
People have the values themselves. It's personal choice.
A lot of people are not really ready to speak their truth.
Gen Taiwan.
Gen Taiwan, Speak Up, every Tuesday, 8:10 p.m. on TaiwanPlus.
We bring you stories from Taiwan.
Every day of the week. Our reporters travel the nation.
Exploring the issues that matter to you. Newsroom here in Taiwan and around the world.
What's up, Taiwan? On TaiwanPlus.
For more stories from here in Taiwan and around the world, download the TaiwanPlus app.
Start your weekend with a cup of coffee and a moment to reflect on what happened this week.
Hello and welcome.
We've got you covered, from defense and politics to high tech and the arts.
Not just to Taiwan, the whole world is watching.
You make the coffee, we make the news. Here's what happened on TaiwanPlus.
Welcome back. You are watching Taiwan Connects. That's Taiwan Plus's live election night special, where we'll be looking at today's events and results from an international perspective. I'm Divya Gopalan. Thank you very much. It's good to have your company. What has also put pressure on these elections? Now, with most of the ballots counted, the candidates have accepted the results, and it's all but certain that Lai Ching-te will become Taiwan's next president. He managed to win about 40% of today's votes, while his opponents Ho Yo-yi from the KMT and Ko Wen-je from the TPP won about 33%. But it seems the DPP has managed to hold on to its majority in Taiwan's legislature. Right, we want to discuss Taiwan's other ally aside from China, and that would be, or rather, let me walk that back here. China has overshadowed these elections, but one of the biggest issues here is the dynamics between US and China also overshadowing these elections. And to talk us through more through that, I do have Jasmine Lee, who's an analyst with Barrow Group Asia. Let's start with US interest here. How are the results we're seeing likely to be viewed by Washington?
So I know the world is looking at this elections right now, and they are mainly looking from the angle of U.S.-Taiwan-China relations. And a lot of people, a lot of like foreign journalists are also analyzing it from like the from identity. But I will say for Taiwanese voters myself, I personally think it more as I think more of internal issue. And comparing to in 2020, right after the Hong Kong's protest, everybody's looking at like how China aggressions, and that's so the voter goes to the polling station. They are thinking about the aggressions of China. But this time,
Jasmine, I'm afraid I'm going to have to interrupt you there.
民主社会中最重要的一场选战，无论选举的结果如何，这就是我们共同珍惜的民主生活方式。如同每一次的选举，这次选战里凸显了台湾社会有一些议题上的分歧，但也有许多共同的关切和看法。我期待在未来，包括我剩下的任期内，
remaining term of office, and also for the president-elect. We would like to start the dialogue and conversation with all sectors of the Taiwanese society so that we can face the challenges together and resolve the differences. Right here, I would like to thank all of my colleagues for their hard work. I also want to thank all of the staff for joining the campaign. Because of you, we can have a successful election. The Taiwanese election has been a center for global attention. I also want to thank all of the foreign press for your concern. Because of you, that's why the whole world can understand what's happening in Taiwan, so that you can understand our position and you can see the value of democracy. Thank you. More importantly, I want to thank our ROC military service people, firefighters, those who ensure social security. And that's why we can have the successful election. Please give them a big round of applause. Next, I would like to tell everyone present here, through this election, we have proven to the world, no matter how many challenges there are, no matter how high the pressure is, all these will not change our strong determination in advocating for democracy in Taiwan. I want to thank everyone for your continuous support for me over the last 8 years. So that's why we can come this far. Taiwan today has become a better Taiwan. So I'm eternally grateful. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. The result of today's election, people of Taiwan has chosen the DPP to continue being the ruling party. We have brought Taiwan to the world as the ruling party. We have to move ahead in a steady manner. Also, we want to make Taiwan better. In addition, in this election, you have chosen a parliament that needs to have greater dialogue among the ruling and opposition party. In the past, if my policies are not good enough, if we're not doing enough social understanding, definitely we need to have better social communication. In the future, we need to bring Taiwan to listen to greater voices from the people so that we can march ahead together. During the election, thank you. During the election, we have different thinkings regarding national development and different ideas and debate for national policies. After the election, all these will be precious references to the ruling government, and definitely we would like to work with different parties. Everyone present here and all of my fellow countrymen. Now, the election is over. This marks the beginning of unity, no matter who you vote for. Whether the candidate you support has been elected. However, now we know that Taiwan has taken a step forward because of your choice. Today, those of you stand in a line in a voting booth, no matter who they vote for, you, me, we are all members of the ROC big family. We have to stay united. Unity, unity, unity. Tomorrow, let's keep fighting for Taiwan because this is our common home. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, President Tsai, for creating a better Taiwan. Please give a big round of applause to President Tsai. Now the crowd is cheering for President Tsai. They're calling her name and cheering for her. Once again, a big round of applause to President Tsai Ing-wen. And once again, we'd like to thank the Tsai administration so that from internal affairs to foreign affairs, Taiwan can keep moving ahead. Thank you, President Tsai Ing-wen. Thank you for passing down the baton. We believe that Taiwan will keep shining on the global stage. Thank you, President Tsai. Taiwan will be better. Next. Please wave your flags. Let's cheer for Vice President Lai Ching-te and also the new president of the ROC Taiwan. Please give a round of applause to President Lai Ching-te. This moment belongs to everyone. So people are chanting victory to Lai Ching-te. People are calling President Lai. People are calling hello, President. Hello, President. Please welcome the new president of Taiwan, Lai Ching-te. Please give another round of applause to President Tsai Ing-wen. Vice President-elect Xiaobi Kim, Premier Chen Jianren. Please give him a warm round of applause. Premier Su Zhenchang, Speaker You Xikun, legislators, Professor Yao Lining, all my campaign team, my dear friends, my fellow countrymen, good evening to you all. Once again, good evening. Finally, together we have come this far. Thank you. Thank you for your courage and your adherence to the final moment. We have been able to safeguard democracy and we have created victory. This is a night that belongs to Taiwan. We have made Taiwan to continue to become the shining example of the world. At the international press conference, I told the press from the world that in this election, where the whole world has been watching, we have told that Taiwan has chosen to stand on the side of democracy in the fight between democracy and autocracy. This is the significance of this election to the world. In the future, Republic of China, Taiwan, on the path to democracy, we will continue to stand together with like-minded partners in the world. We have done that. We haven't let foreign influences in our election. They did not achieve their goal because we have been able to elect our own president. Thank you. The DPP, after 8 years of governance, thank you for giving us another 4 years to be in power to keep serving the country. We firmly believe Taiwan has to keep walking on the right path. We will never walk back. Kim and I will lead the country to go even further, to go better. I have received a phone call from Mayor Ho and Chairman Ko. Please show your recognition to the other two candidates. I also congratulated the two parties for winning many seats in the parliament. I also want to congratulate all of the legislators who are elected. We have written the victory for democracy. In the election, we understand there are some differences or even conflicts. However, now the election has come to an end. All this has been the past. Instead, this marks the beginning of cooperation. I will suggest that we will have an open government. We need to be open and transparency mechanism. We need to have participatory politics. Unity and inclusivity will be the only path for us to the future, because free and democratic ways of life is our common belief. The Republic of China, Taiwan is our common identity. At this moment, I am extremely grateful. I want to thank my supporters for voting for me. Thank you for hanging in until the very last minute. Thank you to those who return home to vote. Especially, I also want to thank those who travel from abroad to come back home to cast their ballot. You are the unsung heroes in this election. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. This is a long and difficult road. I'm sorry that you have been so worried and anxious, but tonight, I hope all of you can go home, smile, and sleep well. I also want to thank those who do not vote for me. I want to thank you for supervising the DPP. I have heard your voices. In this legislative election, The number of the DPP seats is not as high as expected. It means there is great room for improvement. People are hoping a capable government. People are hoping we need to have effective check and balance. We will honestly face the new public opinion, and we need to remind ourselves we need to march every step in a stable manner. I'd like to thank once again, just like what President Tsai did, I want to thank all those service people, teachers, and public servants, and those who helped with the election. Thank you for making the election such a fair and open one. Please put your hands together to thank those who helped to make this election a great success.
As we heard there, Taiwan's new president speaking, he will take the helm in May. It's quite a long handover here. What kind of a president do you think he will be? We heard President Tsai speak just before him. Compared to President Tsai, what are the main differences you're going to be looking at here?
So I think the globe is also looking at how Lai Ching-te will be, how is he different from Tsai Ing-wen. He actually pledged that he will continue the path of Tsai Ing-wen. And he also choose Bi Xiao as his vice president pick. So I think he will probably remain the same path, especially in foreign affairs. Because this is something Tsai Ing-wen's really good at. And Bi Xiao is also a good friend of Tsai Ing-wen. So I think he will remain a very similar path as Tsai Ing-wen. But because before, a lot of people actually have that kind of uncertainty and a little bit worried about Lai Ching-te because feeling he's more like pro-independence and more aggressive. I think he had already, like before this election, he has already told the world he will continue the path of Tsai Ing-wen. And this is the time for him to prove it.
Right. And another country that is very concerned about China's assertiveness and is also Taiwan's biggest ally in the region is Japan. Well, Satoru Nagao is a fellow at the Hudson Institute, and he's an expert on defense strategy and foreign policy in the Indo-Pacific region. He's joining us now from Tokyo. Thank you very much for being part of the program. How closely is Tokyo watching these elections, and what do you think they will make of the DPP's win?
Thank you very much for inviting. Yes, congratulations. Japan is located only 100 kilometers from Taiwan. So the election in Taiwan is very important for Japan. Especially this time, the election of Taiwan is election of the US-China competition. So that it will affect Japan. So that's why Japan is watching this election very closely, very closely.
Right. And given that Japan is watching these elections very closely, one of the things that has been made clear, and we saw Blinken speak to the Japan's minister the day before the elections also, is the issue of cross-strait relations. Whatever happens between Taiwan and China will, of course, affect Japan. So now that we have the DPP in power, and many are translating this as increased aggression from China, how likely is it that Japan will step up its defenses in support of Taiwan should that come to a point of conflict?
In this case, Japan will support Taiwan if China tries to attack Taiwan. It is clear because we can imagine if China attack Taiwan, China invade Taiwan, and the US start to protect Taiwan. Despite this, Japan will not join this kind of battle. Maybe there are two problems. Firstly, if Japan will not join, this means that China cannot attack the US base in Japan. If so, the US fighter jet can fly from the US base in Japan and attack Chinese forces. But despite this, China cannot attack the US base in Japan. So can China win under such kind of situation? I do not think so. That's why China will attack the US base in Japan. It is natural. So that's why Japan cannot escape from this kind of conflict. And secondly, if Japan will not join, despite the US is fighting for Taiwan, the US will not think Japan as ally. So that's why Japan cannot escape such kind of situation. Japan must do something as ally of the United States. So Taiwan emergency is Japan's emergency. Japan must cooperate with Taiwan to deter such kind of situation. So Japan's stance is very clear. We are stand with Taiwan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Satoru Nagao, speaking to us from the Hudson Institute in Tokyo. It's been great to have you on the program. Thank you so much. So many things to talk about here. Taiwan has cited military, economic pressure, and fake news from China as evidence of its efforts to interfere in these elections. How much of an issue has disinformation been in these elections, given the results we've seen?
So I think I personally think it's really risky to say anything right now. And we know there are some of the villages, like the leaders in the villages, they went to China before the elections. But how do they say anything if they have even received money from the China? We don't know. We don't have evidence. We have to leave it to the court. And how does that really? Well, what I'm really worried about, I think we have to really look into the turnout rate of this time. I haven't seen the statistic yet, and I think really important to understand the turnout rate, because a lot of time we think disinformation is going to make people believe in the narrative, but a lot of time you're seeing that disinformation is actually like making people want to have that kind of fatigue, and they don't want to engage in the politics anymore. And so I think we have to look into the turnout rate to understand how effective is the disinformation.
Right. And if we moved a bit more forward now towards what's happening now, throwing it now to this new administration, Lai Ching-te has very clearly said he wants to somehow decouple economically or move away from economic reliance with China. How realistic is that?
I think he has to do it. Especially China doesn't like him. China doesn't like TPP. So he will use a lot of like economic coercion as a tool to scare the voters who would do whatever. So if DPP or his administration really want to get rid of this kind of coercion, and he needs to decouple even more than de-risking, is decouple with China.
Right, and you can't talk about the economy here in Taiwan without talking about semiconductors. So speaking of trade, Taiwan's biggest contributor is the semiconductor industry. Tomasz Koper spoke to Wenyi Li. She's a tech journalist in Taiwan's Business Weekly magazine to find out how past elections have impacted that industry.
I think it's better to look at the industry's performance and the election results separately, because if we look back like 8 or 16 years ago, TSMC's global position was different from what it is now. We did see over the past 8 years under Tsai's administration that Taiwan's semiconductor industry performed really well, and with the significant economic growth driven by TSMC and its technological breakthroughs. So TSMC is the key point that attracted many of its international suppliers to continue investing in Taiwan, and the entire ecosystem and the supply chain grew over the past 8 years. However, it is actually really challenging to argue that if it were under KMT's rule over the past 8 years, TSMC wouldn't be as great as it is now, or the semiconductor industry wouldn't be as great as it is now.
How likely is it that the outcome of the elections will impact TSMC's plans to expand its production to the US and the EU?
So first thing first, China's chip manufacturing capability is still behind Taiwan for by 5 to 6 years. That's according to TSMC founder Morris Chang. And with the U.S. export control measures, it's hard for China to get critical chip making equipment, meaning it would take them longer and involve more complicated processes if they want to do advanced node technology. So with these limitations, China just won't be as efficient as Taiwan's TSMC. And the second thing is that I think it's still doubtful whether a silicon show will work or not. if we look at reality, the Ukraine war also hit the supply chain, creating a world supply chain damage. And if we look at the Israel conflict, it happened even though there are several foundries and chip factories in the region. But the difference is that if Taiwan semiconductor industry is damaged, the global economy will be shaken and with an even bigger impact. So I would say it will hurt the world technology development. Basically, I don't think it would be much different from what we are experiencing now. I think because the key point is the U.S.-China tension. And since the U.S.-China tension, some Taiwanese companies actually have stopped investing more in China. And while at the same time, China semiconductor manufacturing still depends on some Taiwanese suppliers. The semiconductor industry here in Taiwan is not like agriculture industry, which China could ban whenever it wants. So, but I think if the relations deteriorate, this makes Taiwanese companies to be more careful in investment decisions. And if they want to take Chinese customers, they will be more careful.
Right, and let's now take a look at some reactions from some other parts of the world. We'll go to the United Kingdom, where Chunyi Lee is an associate professor at the University of Nottingham School of Politics and International Relations. She's also the director of the Taiwan Research Hub. Thank you very much for being on the program. How closely is the UK watching these elections?
Hello, thank you for inviting me to the program. And yes, this is a very exciting election for the UK, and I would say for globe. And I would have to also say that since last week, I've been really asked by many UK medias, including BBC, to know more about the Taiwan presidential, including legislative elections results. And I think that it is an encouraging sign for the global media to really pay attention on Taiwan's presidential election on this note.
Right, and we've seen the UK basically open relations again with China. So what does that mean for Taiwan, particularly now that the DPP is back in power?
Right, well, as you would be able to understand that UK, of course, is an open-layer relationship with China, but UK also emphasized quite a lot of the importance of Taiwan in the review or the refreshed review of the foreign policy last year, 2023. They mentioned about the Indo-Pacific tilt. So security-wise, that they did emphasize the importance of security of the Indo-Pacific, that including Taiwan. And in that review or refresh review of their foreign policy, they mentioned how important to look into China as a potential opponent of the global society and order. So one need to take into the understanding to look at the UK's sort of two hands diplomacy, if you like, to handle China's situation. I would say that they have been really looked into the Taiwan security, especially into the Indo-Pacific region. So no matter how UK would say we would restart their relationship with China, Taiwan is still a quite key issue to the UK's public and decision makers.
Chunyi Lee from the University of Nottingham, thank you so much for speaking to us from the UK and giving us the perspective from there. And coming back to you, Jasmine, let's go back to the US here. You mentioned Xiaobi Kim, who was the de facto diplomat for Taiwan in the US. So what does it now signal to you now that she is going to be in power here at the heart of power in Taipei?
I think she will definitely take a huge role when it comes to U.S.-Taiwan relations or Taiwan's foreign relations. Xiaobi Kim will take a huge role. But I think in upcoming, we have to really watch closely is how China react to DPP's victory. Because Taiwan, U.S.-Taiwan relations, especially when it comes to the military ties between U.S. and Taiwan, really determined by the aggression of China. So if China become more aggressive, yes, and U.S. has to sell more arms to Taiwan. Yes.
Right. Thank you so much. Jasmine Lee, it's been great to have you on the program. Jasmine is the editor of US Taiwan Watch. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to take another short break now, but join us after the break when we'll take one final look at international reactions to the results of the election, as well as the implications for this region.
For more stories from here in the westernmost part of Taiwan and around the world, download the TaiwanPlus app.
There's so many things that I wish the world could see.
It is amazing to watch this captain maneuver this giant ship.
It takes 3 days to cook this. The flavor is unbelievable, incredible.
And it's my turn to make something inspired by Chef Gore. It's going to be quite a challenge.
Can you imagine that?
It's surreal. Yes, so real.
I can't give up. I got some ass kicking to do. Nice move.
We're pushing each other to explore and experiment in new, different ways.
5, 4, 3, 2.
A warm welcome to TaiwanPlus News.
Exploring the issues that matter to you.
Not just to Taiwan, the whole world is watching.
很多时候是我们眼睛看不到的地方。
We might encounter mishaps and mistakes along the way. But at the end of the day,
It just transmits something straight from the heart. Yes.
Cheers. Bon appetit.
It is about the fun, and it's about the glamour, and it's also about something much deeper than that.
Sometimes you just gotta seize the opportunity. You just gotta do it.
Have a place where you're appreciated for you exactly as you are, and where you can shine and be seen.
Welcome back to Taiwan Connects, Taiwan Plus's live election night special. Well, we're looking at today's events and results from an international perspective. I'm Divya. It is good to have your company. Now, let's take a quick look at the results. With most of the ballots counted, the candidates have accepted the results, and it's all but certain that Lai Ching-te will become Taiwan's next president. He managed to win around 40% of the vote, while his opponents, Ho Yo-yi from the KMT and Ko Wen-je from the TPP, won 33% and 26% respectively. But it seems that the DPP has also managed to hold on to its majority in Taiwan's legislature. So, Marcin, another term for the DPP. How closely is Europe watching this, and what do you think they'll make of these results?
This conversation is extremely timely because just a few minutes ago, the spokesperson of the European External Action Service issued a statement on the elections in Taiwan. The Foreign Affairs body of the European Union congratulated the voters in participating in this democratic exercise. However, a new addition to this year's statement issued by the EEAS is an explicit expression of the EU's concern about tensions in the Taiwan Strait. The spokesperson also reminded everyone that the European Union remains concerned and opposed to any unilateral changes in the status quo in the Taiwan Strait. So Brussels is watching.
Right, of course, and remaining cautious, it seems. The one thing we've seen, though, is, yes, Brussels has remained cautious until now, but other Eastern European countries, and particularly the smaller ones, have lent a warmer, kind of reached out to Taiwan in the face of possibly China retribution. So with a lot of those countries going to the polls this year itself, what do you think the China conversation will be?
I think that we can zoom in on the case of Lithuania a little bit, and I'm allowing myself to do that because Lithuania really positioned itself as an early stalwart for closer ties between Taiwan and Europe. However, Lithuania is holding its presidential elections in May and legislative elections in October, and things are not looking up for Taiwan in that Baltic country. One of the most Taiwan skeptic parties in the Lithuanian system, the Lithuanian Farmers and Greens Association, that prides itself on having previously guaranteed Lithuanian farmers unprecedented access to the Chinese market, is leading in the polls. So with a new Taiwanese de facto ambassador in Vilnius, the Taiwanese diplomacy faces an important challenge of building friends among groups where Taiwan's outreach might have not been as strong to date.
And with the DPP now back in power and China very vocal that it did not want this scenario, do you see most of Europe kind of falling that way then, being a lot more cautious? Are those warmer growing ties that we've seen going to come to a halt now?
There is a window of opportunity for Taiwan. Individual member states are holding elections in 2024. Lithuania is one of them. But Europeans will also go to the polls in June to elect a new European Parliament, which then will also bring in a new European Commission. So there is a lot of space for Taiwan to proactively engage with this new, refreshed establishment in Brussels and put Taiwan firmly on the agenda in the European Union. Something that we are seeing ahead of the EU Parliament elections is that right-wing parties in Europe are gaining strength, specifically those around the ECR faction in the European Parliament and the even more far-right Identity and Democracy faction. That being said, even though it might not be good news for Europe, many of members of these parties, especially ECR, have shown a very Taiwan-friendly stance. So they are the actors that Taiwanese diplomats can definitely socialize in Brussels to embed Taiwan on the European agenda even more firmly.
Right. I'm glad you brought up identity. I mean, that is one of the underlying themes that have run through these elections. So bear with me a moment. We are going to talk about Taiwanese people who live abroad. Now, many countries who allow their citizens to vote abroad, but Taiwan is not one of them. But that doesn't mean that the Taiwanese Americans and Taiwanese living in the US don't care about these elections. Thomas Koper spoke to Christina Hu about their sentiments.
The question around whether people care or not, that mostly people, when I talk to them, that they know I'm Taiwanese American and I have a lot of pride being Taiwanese. So I do talk about it. But honestly, if I didn't bring it up, then a lot of times the non-Taiwanese Americans wouldn't even know that there's election going on. And incidentally, we have our own election in the United States this year as well. But I know among the Taiwanese Americans, this is a big deal that because on top of it, there is the top ticket, the presidential election going on. So there's a lot of news around that.
Why do the Taiwanese Americans you just mentioned consider these elections important?
So for a lot of Taiwanese Americans, they look at these elections as a point of pride because the right to vote for the presidency actually is a very newfound right. The really first free elections really, I think you could safely say is around like 2000 when you didn't have legacy government official from previous times from before martial law ended. So this is actually pretty new. And also looking at even in 2014 with the Sunflower Movement. So those were international events that got a lot of Taiwanese Americans to pay attention to what's happening in Taiwan.
Well, Christina is not the only person who's proud of Taiwan's democracy. Huang Yongfu came to Taiwan with the retreating KMT in 1949. He has taken part in most elections since Taiwan began holding them in the 1990s after the end of the martial law period. Have a look.
爷爷，你今年有要去选举吗？
有。Huang Yongfu may be over 100 years old and wheelchair-bound, but he is determined to exercise a right that many are denied around the world. Huang is older than the existence of independent Taiwan and says he has seen it all.
Formosa, marching troops on the island fortress of nationalist China. Parade past their leader, General Chiang Kai-shek, to celebrate the 43rd.
The former soldier came to Taiwan with the country's first president, Chiang Kai-shek, in 1949. More than 1 million people retreated to Taiwan with the nationalist army after losing to the communists in the mainland.
来台湾啊，来台湾来，修啊要打仗啊，晚上又来，这个有钱就打日本人，打个这个休息台湾。
He endured the following 38-year-long martial law imposed in Taiwan that was finally lifted in 1987. 4 years later, he witnessed the first free general elections in Taiwan in 1991 and has voted in almost every parliamentary and presidential election so far. Huang has watched Taiwan transform from a country under a brutal dictatorship to one of the freest democracies in the world.
每个老百姓一把枪，这枪。
The veteran, who once took up arms to defend Taiwan, later picked up the paintbrush to fight for his rights in his free country.
我这个都是玩笑话的，不是别的玩笑。保护这个啊，给我。
His old military dependence village in central Taiwan's Taichung City was about to be demolished for a private housing project in 2007, but Huang staged a unique and peaceful protest. He painted his home and his neighbors' houses with colorful creatures and playful pictures to save the village.
我爸爸教我。
At the age of 84, Huang became an artist and created one of the most Instagrammable spots in Taiwan, the Rainbow Village. The eye-catching landmark has been protected by Taichung city government since 2014. And Huang has been defying age to be a symbol of one of the world's freest and vibrant democracies with both the brush and the ballot. With Swingling, Shubhampal for Connected.
And Martin, before we go, very briefly, give us a sense of the importance of Taiwan's democracy, especially at this point in time, and we're seeing so many regions or parts of the world that go the other direction.
There are many elections happening not only in Europe, as we discussed, but also in the Asia-Pacific region. And we can look at the case of Indonesia, for example. I think that Taiwan is really a shining city upon a hill for freedom-loving people all across the region, and a clear example that democracy can work in diverse cultural and political contexts. So Taiwan can play an active role in the region to promote good governance.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time to be on the program. Marcin Jezewski with the European Values Center for Security Policy here in Taipei. And to our viewers too, thank you so much for joining us today. Of course, you can, if you want to add to the conversation, you could always check in on our YouTube channel, on our website, and on all our social media. Do remember that this is Taiwan's election. The Democratic Progressive Party has won this election. They're winning a historic third term. TaiwanPlus will be continuing its coverage. Do stay with us.